We have a quorum. You all ready? Oh, we're ready. Awesome. Okay, I'd like to start by having the board members and other people introduce themselves so you know who we are. Would you like to start, Nina?
Yep. My name is Nina Hawks. I am the Friends of the Library representative.
My name is Charlie Arnson, and I'm appointed by the borough mayor.
I am Kate Covers. I'm an at-large member.
Jack Hoonigan, liaison from the Ketchikan City Council.
June Dahl, I'm the chair.
Sherry Montgomery, I'm an at-large member as well.
Deborah Simon, borough resident.
And I'm Pat Tully. I'm the library director.
And we have DeMello
Yes,
running things.
Deville is doing our tax.
Okay, would you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are on Tlingit land and we would like to acknowledge and give honor and respect to the traditional landowners, the Tlingit elders, and past, present, and future generations. We honor the relationships that exist between Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people. Next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve, Jim.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Any discussion?
Is there a reason why we have, well, I won't say that. Each book is a separate challenge and was made separately. So there should be a hearing for each of them.
Any comments? Discussion?
I would concur with that. There needs to be separate hearings for each book.
Is that just a matter of procedure? So separating out, like if you wanted to comment on one book and then comment on the second book, process of, is that the procedural?
As far as I'm concerned, they were separate things. Much the same as, for example, a borough or city council might consider changing an ordinance.
Right.
They wouldn't group all the ordinances under, okay, this is for all the ordinances.
Yep.
This is for this ordinance, this and that type. That's the way I would see it, yeah.
Gotcha.
Actually, Deborah, I agree with you.
So we should amend the agenda to have public hearing on the flamer and then public hearing number 2 on Red Hood.
Further discussion?
Well, that's gonna necessitate, if anyone wants to talk about it, that they have a chance to sign up for both if they haven't.
I would move to amend the agenda to clarify point 7 for the public hearing agenda item to create 12A and 12C. Clarify public comment of item, I'm sorry, not 12C.
Just to split 7.
Yes, thank you. I would move to split 7A and B into a note on each title, a hearing on each title.
So under 7A, we would have like first flamer. Is that what you're saying? And then a number 2 then would be Red Hood. Is that a friendly amendment?
Yes, that is
Do you agree to that?
clarifying, yes.
Okay, further discussion?
On items, where are they? 12E.
Point of order.
Yeah.
If we have a motion on the table, then we need to vote on the
Right.
motion.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay, ready for the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Okay. Deborah, you had another comment.
Yes. 12E, the request was for 1, 2, and 3. Not, while I'm not saying not to do E, but the request was for 1, 2, and 3. So they need to be separate items. I don't know if you want to make them.
Are you
members.
discussing 12D?
No, it's E.
E, okay.
So
Did it
instead of,
change?
so
Hang on.
instead of having those three discussed in an organizational meeting that we proposed, they would be discussed at this meeting.
Yes. Those were the three things that I had asked to be put on the agenda. And when I asked, or when I guess I asked Delilah about it, the answer was yes, they could be discussed at this meeting.
They are properly noticed, and you can discuss them, or it's up to the board. So you can discuss them today or ask for a special meeting. So they are properly noticed to do either.
So I would move to make them 12. I don't know, I just make them F, G, and H, I guess. That way E doesn't get knocked off.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Could I get some clarification? So instead of discussing the 12E right now as it reads is discussion of proposed organizational/training meeting. So instead of discussing the meeting where we would talk about the items that we wanted on the agenda, we would just talk about the items here tonight. Is that what you're asking for?
You can
Yes.
still discuss the meeting. You can still do it under E, and then
Right.
F, G, and H would be the next items to discuss.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion then is we have E, F, G, and H,
Yes.
and we discuss them tonight.
Which would be 1, 2, and 3 on the original
Right.
agenda. Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, discussion?
Do we want to have a time at which we end this meeting? Because if we do extend to an H, and these are long discussions, there's the potential that we are here past my bedtime. So, which I am happily willing to do, but I also just want to be mindful of our time commitment here.
Okay, I think that's probably a separate issue. So can we vote on whether or not we want to honor Deborah's motion, and then we can talk about that.
How,
So-
just a point of like procedurally, how does that necessarily work? Like, we might just breeze through this and that would be great if we can make sure to cover everything on our agenda. But if there's something on the agenda that we don't get to, and what's the process for?
It hasn't been an issue before, but our meetings are getting very long. At the previous meeting, we made the announcement that at some point we could vote to come back in another night. It didn't come to that.
Gotcha.
We left it at 9:45.
Okay.
So, but let's get Deborah's motion taken care of.
I'm just curious to know how that changes the conversation, like if that impacts the conversation tonight to move the agenda items.
To reconfigure it.
Yeah.
So, it depends on how long those discussions go.
Right, but my understanding.
Yeah, they could be simple or they could be very complicated.
Understandable. Thank you for that response. Just listening to the city manager, it sounds like it's already been noticed. It's already on the agenda. So I'm not sure what the purposes of pulling it out to a separate agenda item is.
I think there was a miscommunication in what was needing to be discussed tonight versus like grouping it all together and discussing a meeting to talk about it some other time. I think the issues that are in this that and I can attest to that because I was the one emailing back, and then apparently we can't do that in emails, and I didn't know. This is my second meeting, so shame on me. But getting these three items out of the way this evening, so everybody tonight here on the board is up to speed on what we can and cannot do according to the Open Meetings Act, and how we call for these special meetings, and just getting those procedural things out of the way, and how we do this by the book every time, getting that done tonight rather than just talking about, oh, let's just have a meeting about it sometime later. And then what happens next week when there's another like thing that we need to discuss or a special meeting or something, and nobody actually knows how to talk about it outside of 3 months from now when we sit down again. So I would like to just get the procedural stuff out of the way tonight. That way everybody knows what we're doing, because I'm new, Kate's new. Well, you, yeah, I mean, it's just like, let's just get it done. If we run out of time, we run out of time, and we can, do it some other time, but at least it's out there to discuss, and then everybody's doing everything correctly, and we're not, getting in trouble.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. Okay, so Deborah's motion is that we discuss 1, 2, and 3 as actual agenda items tonight, F, G, and H. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Any other comments on the agenda? Okay, approval of the October 11th, 2023 minutes. Are there any comments on that?
Do we need to vote to approve the agenda, or are we just going to say it's been?
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Deborah.
I got it last time.
I was happy we just got through at the end. Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now we get to move on to the minutes. Any comments about the October 11th minutes?
I do have some changes.
I would like to start, we need a motion on the table, I believe, before we start changing the minutes.
Yeah,
So
that's what I was gonna
I'll
do.
move
Go
to
ahead.
approve the meeting minutes of October 11th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Keeps in line with Robert's rules. Like it.
Let's see, on number, I think it's 8. Yes, it is 8. 8. Okay. There's no letter, so the first comments for 8, there was a final statement that relying on librarians' professional expertise and experience invites controversy. Should I keep going, or do you want to go step by step?
Okay, so number 8, where are you finding that?
At the end of the sentence.
Okay.
Yeah, the end of the first comment.
And what did you want to do with that?
The addition of relying on librarians' professional expertise and experience invites
Okay.
controversy. Should I keep going, or do you want to do one piece at a time? Keep going.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
keep going.
Okay, on the second comment. Let's see. There wasn't it said replied to the board, and the addition, there's several, you know what? Why don't I let you hold that? Because I've got it here.
Okay.
The additions were not taking the time to address a single member's question for clarification, not providing questions to direct answers, not addressing the concerns being brought up in a manner that invites discussion.
And where is that?
That is right after the third line of Eric Simon's comment,
Oh, okay.
right after board.
Okay, can you say that again?
Not taking the time to address a single member's questions for clarification. These are quotes, so I don't know if you want to summarize them. Not providing answers to direct questions, not addressing the concerns being brought up in a manner that invites discussion.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question? Ms. Simon, if, do you have those written out?
Yes, I do.
But can I make copies so that you all can go
Yes,
with your business?
if you'd
and I'll
like
just
to.
make copies, then everybody can review those.
That's a great idea,
And then you can keep moving.
which is why I made the copy.
May I interject real quick? What's the standard practice among other city boards for this level of minutes? Is that pretty standard to be, and you might be able to speak to Borough, this seems like a very, very like thorough set of minutes.
We do not do verbatim minutes.
Mhm.
Typically, all we do is try to capture the idea of the comment and then the action of the board or the committee or whomever.
Yep.
So if you look at our FAB minutes, they're very, very brief. Just comment was made or discussion was had. And then that's it. Same with city council.
Yeah.
They're a lot more abbreviated.
Is that a practice we want to, and I am not used to, just even in the professional boards that I have been on, this level of verbatim, and not to diminish, like I understand the point, we want to make sure that we're capturing the sentiment of, but these are really just notes on something, and this seems very tedious work when we have a recording now maybe separate from that, when we didn't have the recording, there's a different piece to that, but now that we do, is there an element that we can maybe discuss if this is an appropriate use of staff time to capture this level of minutes?
It does take a long time to get all that together.
We are recorded.
And then I don't mean to discredit, like, I think that because this is on the table at this point, it makes sense for us to go through and correct tonight's, but perhaps looking forward with noting the recording, maybe setting a standard that's more aligned with other borough and city entities. I don't know where that lands in our procedures.
Right.
So
Maybe you could
Anything more, Deborah?
direction.
She's copying it, so do you want me to just go through it?
Well, it would help, and then when she brings it up,
Do
so
that.
we can
Okay.
move on.
Then 10-1. Amendment 2 read, and this is amend the original motion to direct library staff to research and write current Ketchikan Gateway Borough demographic data to be added, and the rest was the same.
And write current democratic data to be,
Current Ketchikan Gateway Borough demographic data to be added. These being amendments, I would assume we want them verbatim. Amendment 4. Amend the original motion to add a section audience as stated in the 2012 iteration of the collection development policy, and the rest is the same.
anything else?
Amendment 1. It says at the last sentence, it should say EchoHawk makes a friendly amendment to add a section to the collection development policy that references the policy is developed in accordance with the library's mission statement, which can be found at.
And that will be in what she's.
Yes, she's got that. On the next page, amendment 11 at the end, no, Amendment 12, sorry. It should be to add a new section entitled Parents and Legal Guardians that includes the following. On Amendment 13, there's a list of things that I know were hard to catch. So she's copying that. It was the great big long footnote discussion. It'll be easier for her to copy that page. New business on 11:1. The last sentence should say Simon moved to deliberate the relationship between the American Library Association and the Ketchikan Public Library, right before the semicolon. 11:2, the first sentence after the all caps should say Echo Hawk moved to deliberate the wish list of items rather than Hops asked. It says Hops asked for an update, and it was actually Echo Hawk that did that.
I actually asked for the update.
For the update on the beanbag chair, but there was the whole in like you were saying in the recording, it was because that was his item. That's he moved to deliberate the wish list. And yes, you are right.
And anything else, Deborah?
No, I don't think so. She's copying some other things, but they were not on point. So,
All right, with those changes in mind, is there a motion to accept the amended minutes?
Motion to accept the minutes as amended.
Pardon me?
Motion to accept the minutes as amended.
Is there a second? Okay. Further discussion? Okay. Opposed? Okay, next on the agenda is our public hearing on the two books. Before we get into that, I would like to give you some guidelines for the public discussion. Tonight, we're going to have, actually now it's turned into 3 different public sessions. The first ones will be on the 2 books that we're considering tonight. The third will be on everything else. And so if you plan to speak on those, Pat has the sign-up sheets, and she'll be calling people in order.
Madam Chair? May I make a disclosure?
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, but just to get it out there and get it done for the record. I just like to make mention that while I am appointed to this body by the borough mayor, all the statements and opinions I offer to this board now and going forward are mine and mine only, and are not intended to express the positions held by the borough assembly or the borough as a whole. Thank you for getting that in the meeting minutes.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Chair.
Given the number of people we have here tonight and our very long agenda, each person will be limited to 3 minutes each time they get up to speak. If you hear Pat's timer go off, please finish the sentence you're currently speaking and then sit down. I have a gavel and I'm not afraid to use it. Don't expect a response from the board. We want to hear what you have to say. We will not be getting into a discussion at that point. However, a board member might ask you for clarification of what you've told us. To those of you sitting in the audience and those of us up here, please remember everybody in this room is your neighbor, and you might run into them at cars or the soccer field or church. So please speak to the issues and not to persons. Please be kind, use tact, and consider feelings. Thank you for your cooperation. At this point, we probably need a motion to consider one book or the other.
Let's see, probably not a public hearing. I believe public hearing is just hearing from.
Okay,
So, and we do have correspondence on this.
okay. It says correspondence before the public comment. So what do you have, Pat?
All right, so the first letter I have is from Judith McQueary. And so I'll read her letter. I request that this letter be read at their public meeting on January 10th, 2024, as I will be unable to attend. Long ago in the 1970s, in a library not so far away, there was no teen room. In fact, there wasn't a collection for teens of any age at all. There was a children's room with picture books, novels, and a nonfiction collection that served readers up to about the age of 12. After that, readers had to find what they wanted to read in the adult section. Of course, anyone could come downstairs to the children's library and select materials. Some teens did, but what they really needed or wanted or fit their, let's see, whether that was what they most needed or wanted or fit their reading level, that was the question. Many teens just quit using the library altogether unless there was a school requirement. The library staff was always ready and willing to assist them in finding good materials, but most teens didn't want to ask. It was also common to find sex education material aimed at an adult audience hidden in difficult to observe parts of the library. Teens just will be curious about their own and other sexuality. Sometime in the mid-1980s, library staff created a teen corner in the children's library, a big improvement. Books especially focused on teens' needs, reading level, and formats were located in a space that teens could find easily. However, it was really just a corner with one love-seat-sized couch right next to the picture book and baby section of the library. The couch was a big hit with nursing mothers as it was semi-private and the most comfortable place to sit in the building. Not ideal. When planning the current library, everyone, the staff, the architects, and all the public input agreed that the library required a teen room with a teen collection. It needed to be a place where teens were comfortable and welcome, but seen and safe. Fun, comfortable furniture, teen-oriented decor, and adults were not welcome to hang out. Teens deserve to have their information needs met in the library, just like every other demographic in our community. The library is a much safer space for teens to have their information needs met than the internet. Parents who want to oversee their children's access to reading matter may work with their own family to ensure that oversight. However, other parents have other standards, and their children ought not to be limited in what is available in the library. Judith McQueary. First letter. Second letter. Members of the Library Advisory Board. This is from Little John Pearson. I am unable to attend the upcoming meeting of the Library Advisory Board due to conflict with another meeting, but would like to make a brief comment on agenda item 12A of Wednesday's meeting of the Library Advisory Board. I can only speak to the book entitled Flamer by Mike Curata. All the copies of the other book mentioned in the agenda, Red Hood by Alana Arnold, were checked out and not available. I suspect this was due to the interest generated by the request to move the book. I have read the entire book, Flamer, and find that its style, tone, and subject matter make it best suited for the teen section. The instances of graphic language within it are realistic examples of the speech that adolescents would expect to hear in these situations. Young adult readers quickly reject being preached to and are especially attuned to inauthentic descriptions of their lives. The instances of graphic language and situations in the book are integral to the story and are essential to its credibility with the intended reader. The book is best shelved in the teen section of the public library. Thank you for listening to my comments and for your time spent on the board. Little John Pearson. And then the third letter is from Eric Simon to the Library Advisory Board. Thank you for taking the time to hold public hearings on these two books. I hope that all participating and listening to these hearings have come to the table with an open mind and will hear the concerns all on this issue. The reason for the local reconsideration process of the placement of the materials in the library is to evaluate the question of suitability and appropriateness and to determine if policy and criteria have been applied correctly and in accordance with our community standards. The effort we take to go through this process is not wasteful of resources. Applied properly, it should be raising awareness of possible issues in existing processes and areas that may need improvement. In addition to the review of the placement of these two titles, you should also be asking yourself, if these requests are becoming more frequent, are we doing something wrong? Are there changes we should consider to improve our processes? First, both requests are not requests to ban books or hide them from those seeking them. Merriam-Webster defines the term ban, banned, bans as to prohibit the use, performance, or the distribution of. The requests challenge the appropriateness of the content as suitable for all teens in sections of the library specifically advertised to teens and their guardians, and request that they be moved to the adult shelves due to their explicit content. Just because a minor is seeking this content, or the author or publisher says the target audience are teens, does not mean it should be shelved in the teen section of the library. So the 17-year-old needs or wants these books. Why should the 12 or 13-year-old be exposed to them by virtue of their placement? Where is the greater good in this process? These books contain explicit material that our societal standards have repeatedly categorized as adult content, which should not be shelved in sections of the library marketed to minors. Unfortunately, it seems that many opposed to moving these books or others of similar content conflate moving to a different, equally accessible location in the library with book banning. Their definition and use appears to be one similar to that posited by PEN America, which defines a book ban as any action taken against a book based on its content and as a result of parent or community challenges, administrative decisions, or in response to direct or threatened action by lawmakers or other governmental officials that leads to a previously accessible book being either completely removed from availability to students or where access to a book is restricted or diminished. Diminished access is a form of censorship and has educational implications that extend beyond a title's removal. Even in this case, access to these books is not being restricted or diminished. If you were to still argue it was, what then are the librarians doing every day with every book they select and place or reject? By sheer volume and financial limitations, they cannot take in every book. Therefore, they must choose which to buy and which not to, and where to shelve them. By this second definition, then, librarians are banning books as well. You can't have it both ways. Who has or should have oversight of this process? Who sets the standard? Whose library is it, the librarians or the public's? Again, a ban for these two books has not been requested. A reconsideration of appropriate placement has been. I agree with this request that these books are not appropriate for placement in the teen section and should be moved to the adult shelves. Longer term, I recommend that you form a subcommittee to review and develop objective criteria by which the advisory board and general public can use as an oversight tool of book shelving practices. At issue is that the sole judge and jury are the librarians, and there are no clear standards or framework by which these decisions are made. They are solely based on the librarian's judgment. This is a public library, and as such, The public should have a say in shelving decisions. While that shouldn't generally be at the book-by-book level, there should be a set of community marching orders that the librarians and public can use to base their decisions and oversight on. The only way that happens is if there are objective criteria to review against. Even now, should the Library Advisory Board decide to provide an opinion, it can only be based on opinion and cannot have a basis in supporting criteria or other community standards. The only way that we improve this ongoing problem is to develop objective community criteria. Please move these books and those of similar explicit content to the adult shelves. Sincerely, Eric Simon. So those are our 3 letters concerning the public hearings.
Okay, so for both books.
Yes.
Okay. Public comment on Flamer.
Let's see, I think, Deborah, I think you were the first to sign up.
Simon. This public hearing has been called to appeal the library's decision to retain Flamer in the teen section. Note that an appeal is a review of the application of rules. This isn't about presenting new information. It's about reviewing how well the previous conclusion applied the rules to previously presented information. The reasons given for this decision are that the book meets the needs of the audience for whom it is intended and that the book has good reviews. I won't argue that there are reviewers who speak highly about this book, especially since a review is essentially an opinion. Everyone has an opinion, and no one's opinion is more important than another's. Isn't that what our country is founded on? Hopefully, formal reviews are based in analysis rather than opinion, but we're not here to appeal the reviews, we're here to appeal the decision. Turning to the second of the 2 reasons, what is this book's intended audience? Now, this is where we get into a game of semantics. Some use the word appropriate or suitable, while others use the words intended audience. When I say that a book isn't appropriate for a teen, I'm saying that the teens aren't the intended audience. When librarians say that teens are the intended audience, they mean that the book is appropriate or suitable for teens. Ms. Topfer says determining a book's intended audience is nuanced and not an exact science. In fact, she has made decisions to shelve books in a section other than that indicated by publishers. But by what standards does she make this decision? We don't know. I have repeatedly asked this question, but we still don't know. How can I possibly appeal a decision when I don't even know the standards that were used to make it? I've already stated my standards. Language so profane that I wasn't allowed to read it out loud at a borough assembly meeting. Belittling religious ideals and religious institutions. Graphically bringing a main character to the brink of suicide, discussing real-life suicide attempts, both successful and not, and others. But we're not here to appeal my decision. We're here to appeal the library's. In the recent past, our librarian has purposefully placed teen books in the adult section. Why? And on what grounds? And why do these grounds not apply to Flamer? The letters written by both librarians don't volunteer any information about why they made the decision to place this book in the teen section. Instead, they contradict and discount my information and conclusions, all the while chastising me for following the request for reconsideration process that the library itself created. Created as window dressing, apparently, because the decisions to purchase and shelve the book in the first place are all based on personal opinion. And how do you appeal personal opinion? Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. The next person on the list is Kelly Johnson.
Anything other than my name? Kelly Johnson?
Yes.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Hi, I want to give you a little background. I have a bachelor's of liberal arts degree with a focus on psychology. I've taken courses in cognitive development in adolescents as well as emotional psychological needs of teens. I was on the committee that created the Ketchikan Plan to prevent violence and promote healthy relationships in 2009. I partnered with Patchworks of Ketchikan promoting the 40 developmental assets in Ketchikan from 2007 through 2011. I was named the 2015 Outstanding Youth Leader from the Ketchikan Chamber of Commerce. It's a word. And most importantly, for the last 16 and a half years, I've been staff liaison to the Ketchikan Public Library's Teen Advisory Group. Listening to TAG members and other teens in Ketchikan, including my own 3, over the years have made several things very clear to me. First, they need, want, and very occasionally demand information. Whatever they are dealing with, or a friend is, or they're curious about, they want to know. Often, however, they are terrified of asking. Having a wide variety of information, including information that can be found in fictional stories, is vital, especially information that includes the idea that survival is possible. Even surviving your own depression, sorrow, fear, and loss. Teens need to know it can happen. Second, if it's not easy, it doesn't exist. And that doesn't mean that they want everything handed to them. It means they want things where they should be. Teen books should be in the teen room. Please don't force them to go into places they don't feel comfortable or welcome. Okay, third, they make up their own minds. They may look you in the face and totally agree, but they are not taking what you or what you say as gospel. They may take a while, but eventually they will make their own decisions. That goes for everything they watch, see, hear, and read. Finally, they deserve respect. As adults, we should respect that they have every right to read what they want. They live their own lives, deal with their own problems, from general teen angst to mental illness, cognitive issues, depression, abuse, abandonment, hunger, and even homelessness. To tell them that they can't make their own decisions on what to read is not only inappropriate, it's appalling. If a parent or guardian feels, even if a parent or guardian feels a book is inappropriate, I would challenge them to ask themselves, why? In what way? I was fine with whatever my children read and enjoyed discussing what they learned, good and bad. Open, honest discussions about difficult topics in a safe setting is one of the best steps to raising an independent adult. And isn't that the ultimate goal? Thank you.
See, the next person on the list is Kathy Bowling.
My name is Kathy Bowling, and I am here speaking only as a private citizen. And if time is a resource, we're not spending it very well talking about Flamer or Redhead, both books that I've read. If you don't like it, don't read it. If you don't want your kids to read it, you are in charge of your kids. Be respectful of this community's time and resources. We have actual problems in Ketchikan. We have an entire facility in the West End for women and children whose homes are too violent to live in, with homelessness, lack of adequate and safe housing, drug use, lack of treatment options, hunger. This room is full of concerned citizens. Let's together build resilience. Let's build tolerance. Let's build respect for individual rights and democratic representation by supporting individual choice. You don't want your tax dollars purchasing what you don't approve of? Welcome to living in a representative democracy. Vegetarians are helping to pay for Eat Bacon with their tax dollars. Buddhist tax dollars are helping to pay for Catholic titles. My tax dollars help pay for 50 Shades of Drivel. Ironically, when a book is challenged, the Public Library has to use tax dollars to buy additional copies of the challenge title for review copies. City residents' tax dollars are covering staff time to respond to these recent challenges. That time could have been used to increase literacy and services that act as an economic driver here in Ketchikan. These recent challenges are anti-democratic and anti-parental choice. They fly in the face of one of our most important tenets in the United States, and that's separation of church and state. My grandson's first indoor soccer game is happening right now, and I'm here. I'm not happy about it. So don't like it, don't read it. Don't want your kids to read it, you are in charge of your kids. Thank you.
The third person on the list is Grant Eckelhawk.
Noah, good evening. My name is Grant Eckelhawk, and I'm speaking only on my own behalf, not on behalf of any other entity or organization. I read Flamer, and I thought it was wonderful. I thought the story in there was impactful. It was heartbreaking, and at the end, it was joyful. And I think that those are the things that our young people need to experience. And I, as well, firmly believe that as a caregiver myself, as a guardian myself, I'm perfectly capable of making the decisions for the young people in my life on what I deem to be appropriate or inappropriate for them. And that's, I think, for me, the most important piece is that I believe we have this inherent right with the young people in our care to make those decisions. And if there's something in the library, for example, that I might have issue with, that I might be concerned about, then I believe it is my responsibility as a caregiver to inspect the material, look at it, make sure I understand it, and have that discussion with the young person in my life of letting them know that if I might find it inappropriate for them. And that is a relationship between me and the young person in my life. It certainly isn't a relationship between me and any other person in this community. Because I certainly wouldn't want anybody to come to me and say, Grant, you do not have the right to make these decisions for the young people in your life. I find that fundamentally against the very principles of the flag that everybody just pledged allegiance to to start these proceedings. But ultimately, my big concern is, as we look at throughout the country, these types of conversations that are happening, that they are time consuming, that they do draw a lot of resources away from doing the things that I think the Library Advisory Board should be doing, which is turning that library into just a wonderful place of imagination and knowledge. But I feel like lately it's been bogged down with procedure and policies. And my concern is that when in advocating for stricter policies, that opens the door to become much more restrictive in the materials. And we are seeing that around the country. As a matter of fact, just today, there's a county in Florida, Escambria County, that is reporting that they're removing dictionaries because the dictionaries have reference to words that can be construed as being inappropriate under Florida guidelines. And so that seems to be the pathway that some people are taking, is they're saying, well, it's not about banning, it's about policies. And that's, I think, is the concern. Thank you.
See, and the next person on the list is David Katz.
Thank you. Yes, my name is David Katz. I'm representing myself. And I really have little more to add to what was just said by Mr. Eckelhawk and Ms. Bowler. I had a chance to look through both of these books. Well, we're talking about Flamer now. And I learned a lot from reading Flamer. I learned that the struggles of a young boy who is struggling with potential homosexual feelings are multifaceted, and that these challenges occur in all sorts of different ways every day. And it's easy for us, it's easy for many people to say, okay, well, I can see how that might be a difficult thing for a young boy to confront in a very general way. But Flamer, I thought, showed a variety of the instances in which this can occur. And it gave me a much clearer understanding of the kind of pressures that this young boy was under. And I concur. I'd like to echo Mr. Echohawk's statement about how he comes to despair and then deals with it, and in the end states that the fire inside him is not going to die. And I particularly object to the idea that was floated earlier that a book should not be available to young adults because it deals with the possibility of suicide. Well, that is, in my view, that's exactly the audience that needs to hear about this. Suicide, my understanding is that suicide among teens who face these kinds of pressures, that rate is high. And if teens can't get this information in a story which depicts the realistic situations in which they are going to confront these issues, I think it's doing a huge disservice to teens. And I think they need it. And one of the problems I think with censorship is that it is so destructive in this way and other ways. So I would very strongly support keeping Flamer in the young adult section. Right?
See, and those were the only people who signed up on the public hearing list. Now, there was another list out there, and it may have things may have gotten mixed up. So there might be other people who would like to speak.
Yeah. Does anyone wish to speak to Flamer? The lady in the striped sweater? Oh. She beat you to it.
My name is Susan Thompson. A couple of months ago, a library patron spent some time in the children's library. She was looking over the display of new books. When she finished, she walked up to the librarian and she said, "There are way too many brown faces on those covers." So how do we accommodate this woman's objection to having her children exposed to brown faces? An objection she felt strongly enough to complain to the librarian about. Do we remove the books? Do we accommodate her by putting them in another section of the library where children won't be exposed to them? Should we direct the librarians to stop buying books with feature brown faces? I don't know where we expect all this to end. You take care of your family. You make the rules about what your children can and cannot read. The rest of us will take care of it. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Frankie Urquhart, and I am both a parent to 4 children and a dedicated teacher at the Ketchikan High School. I stand before you as an advocate against moving any of the proposed books from the teen section, particularly in the context of my role in teaching health and sexual education. In my classroom, I teach approximately 120 ninth grade students health and sexual education each year. These are students aged between 13 and 14 years old, which is the demographic that we're talking about, that are too young for these books, and they are not. I am asked a number of questions from these students during the sexual education unit that reflect the curiosity and concerns of our young people. Questions about how to have sex, consent, sexually transmitted diseases, and the complexities surrounding parental approval. It's my body, but I want to have sex and my parents say no. Is that okay? These are all questions these 13 and 14-year-olds are talking about in health class, in school, and with their friends. And these are just a few examples of the questions that come up in health class at K-High. These are real pressing issues that our youth grapple with as they navigate the turbulent waters of adolescence. Removing books that discuss these topics will not make the questions and their experiences of the young people disappear. It will not erase their curiosity about their own identities, sexual orientations, or the mechanics of intimate relationships. If anything, it will only push them further towards potentially harmful sources like online pornography, which is accessible to any child with a cell phone. Reading about sex does not make teenagers engage in sexual activities any more than reading about kindness prevents someone from being mean. Literature is a tool for understanding and navigating the complexities of life, and by restricting access to information, we risk leaving our youth uninformed and vulnerable. I acknowledge and respect the concerns of parents who may find certain materials too graphic or inappropriate for their children. I respect their right to make decisions that align with their values. However, it is essential to emphasize that they do not have the right to impede upon my right and the rights of other parents to make decisions that align with our beliefs and the values of our families ourselves. Our library and our librarians, who are professionals, play a crucial role in providing a diverse range of perspectives and resources to our community. Let us not limit the opportunity for our youth to access information that can empower them to make responsible decisions and navigate the challenges of adolescence. Thank you for your time and consideration, and please know that at Ketchikan High School, I don't know, I teach sex ed. I don't know who else could, I'm not trying to pat myself in the back at all. Who else can speak about what kids are talking about with sex, 13 and 14-year-olds? Every year, 3 years now. So that's over 1,000 kids that talk about this. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Hello. Hello. My name is Sophia Pilgrim. I'm 15 and I stand here to defend the presence of the book Flamer in the teen section of our public library. This book is not just a story. It is a beacon of hope and representation for young LGBTQ+ individuals navigating the complexities of their identities. Flamer mirrors real-life experiences that many young LGBTQ+ teens face every day. Its raw portrayals of the challenges, the struggles, and the victories resonate deeply with those who walk this path. It offers a mirror for their reality, providing comfort and a sense of belonging in a world that often fails to comprehend and support their journeys. Some may argue that the language in Flamer is too mature for teenagers, but let's be honest here. The language used in the book mirrors what many teenagers encounter in a daily life and their school and online spaces. Shielding them from this reality won't protect them. It will only create a false idea of the town we live in and make them feel isolated that they do not see it represented anywhere else. We must acknowledge the intelligence and the emotional depth of teenagers. Denying them access to books like Flamer because of its content is denying them the opportunity to learn and empathize in these stories and reflect in their lives. The significance of keeping Flamer in the teen section cannot be overstated. It's a lifeline for those struggling with their identities. It offers guidance, assurance, and the knowledge that they are not alone. Placing it in any other section of the library would deny these teens the chance to find a narrative that speaks directly to their hearts. Teens who are already in a vulnerable state might not have the confidence to go and search for this book in the library. Having it available to them in the teen section is crucial because the teen section is a safe space for teenagers with books for teenagers to help teenagers. Flamer is meant for teenagers to guide and help them with bullying and feelings of self-worth. Taking it out of the teen section takes it away from the very group of people who it aims to help. Removing Flamer from the teen section of our library would be an injustice to the very individuals it seeks to support. Please do not limit the access to stories that offer understanding and a sense of identity to those who need it most. Before I step down, I want to leave everyone here with a quote from this book. For those who have a copy handy, it's on page 364 at the bottom of the page. Fear and hope are bound up together inside of us, alongside our flaws and our divinity. In this darkness, we find an inner life to guide us, and there is light in you, even if you cannot see it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on Flamer? Okay, oh, sir?
1 minute. That's it. I'm just running out of maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
Is that okay? Thank you. So I just wanted to say 2 things. The statement was made in the correspondence that there was no attempt here to limit access to these books. And I want to object to that. Of course there's an attempt to limit access. That's the entire point of this, is to limit access to teenagers, to prevent them from getting to ready access. And the second thing I'd like to raise is that the suggestion has been made that there are no objective standards here. And it's the library's fault for not having objective standards, and there's nothing to measure everything against. And I would like to suggest to people who feel that way to put together some objective standards, because I think that is an extremely difficult thing to do. And rather than criticize the library for not having such standards, they should make an affirmative attempt to create those standards themselves. Maybe that's been done, I don't know, but that's my reaction. Thank you.
Okay, anything further on Flamer? Okay, we'll move on now to comments on Red Book. And do you have a list for that?
Yes, Deborah Simon.
I said Red Book, I mean Red Hood.
Red Hood.
You knew.
That didn't sound
Are we gonna limit people to 3 minutes, or are we gonna be able to do more since we're doing more?
Point of clarification. Are we gonna we're gonna listen to everything from both books and then deal
Yeah,
with
on
the agenda item, or?
Yeah, on the agenda, it is number 12.
Well, okay. Thank you for the
when we do our thing.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
And of course, Deborah, you will have time as a board member to speak on this when we have motion.
I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about other people. Are we gonna limit to 3 minutes, or are we gonna be allowing people to do follow-ups?
I don't know. I'm going to see how the agenda goes as far as how many speakers we have.
This hearing is not about removing or restricting a book. It's about a disagreement on a book's intended audience, and about giving citizens a say in how their library is stocked and run. All citizens. Red Hood by Elena Arnold contains sexual assault, profanity, graphic menstruating scenes, abortion, brutal violence, controversial ideology, vigilantism, and explicit and graphic sex between minors. These are the reasons that I have asked for this book to be relocated to the adult section, not dissimilar to an R rating on a movie with, quote, hard language, intense or persistent violence, sexually oriented nudity, drug abuse, or other elements, unquote. These are also the reasons that are given for keeping the book in the teen section. Ms. Toffer believes that sexual assault stories are needed by teens. Profanity is an accurate representation of teen speech. Graphic menstruating scenes show that menstruation is a natural and beautiful thing to be celebrated. Abortion by characters shows teens that they have a choice. Brutal violence teaches teens lessons. Her tale is fiercely feminist. Ms. Tully believes the book's brutal violence is based in fantasy rather than reality. A lack of profanity would be found by many readers to be unrealistic and off-putting. Menstruation is an essential part of the protagonist's superpower, and abortion is what some reasonable people believe in. Neither librarian mentions the explicit and graphic sex between minors. As they say, with all things therefore being equal, this decision is made based on whether the book is appropriate, in other words, who the intended audience is. According to Ms. Tully, librarians review any book that they believe may be more appropriate for a different collection than the one recommended by reviewers and the publisher. It isn't the publisher or the reviewer who determines whether the book is appropriate for a particular audience or who the intended audience is. It is the librarian. Unlike the motion picture rating board comprised of parents with children between the ages of 5 and 21, it is the librarians alone who make this determination. And when a citizen disagrees with their decision, he or she is vilified by those who see disagreement as a criticism of librarians' qualifications and position, and as a usurpation of other parents' rights to choose books for their children. Now, this is surprising. There is no similar outcry against motion picture ratings, and since everyone has access to all parts of the library, moving a book from one shelf to another is no different than putting a rating on it. So where do we go from here? Our community needs a part in creating objective criteria on which to base the decision of what books to purchase and what those books' intended audience will be, our entire community.
Do you have other names?
No other names specifically for Red Hood.
Hi, my name's Frankie Urquhart, still health sex ed teacher. I would like to thank whoever challenged this book. I got to read this book. I never would have done so had that not been on the challenge. Is there graphic sex in here? Absolutely. Are 13 and 14-year-olds having sex? Absolutely. We have lots of discussions about STDs and unplanned pregnancies, and we have quite a few of those in our community. So these things are already happening. So in this book, what I see from my perspective, I see some teenagers having sex. Is it graphic? Yeah, it is graphic. Is it something that I think 13, 14-year-olds can handle? Yeah, I mean, I think that they talk about this kind of thing in the hallway because I hear them in the hallway talking about these kinds of things. And what I did really get from this book that I thought was unique and kind of courageous is the author talks about menstruation in a way in, learning how to put in tampons. That's something that women don't talk to one another about at that age. I mean, maybe people don't want to know about that, but when I was 11 or 12, I would have really appreciated a book like this. When I read this book, I look at someone who has had a sexual experience that was embarrassing with her partner. They have to have an adult conversation about this embarrassing sexual situation. I read about a young woman who is talking with her parental figure in a very responsible way about sex. They're talking her guardian is saying, do you need birth control? Do you need condoms? Oh no, we have that figured out. Consent, just because you've done it once doesn't mean you're obligated. These are all the kinds of conversations I want my teenagers to be having with me and with their partners and trusted adults. So a lot of things that I read in this book, I just thought, wow, this is the kind of thing that I don't think is a bad thing for our teenagers to be reading about healthy sexual relationships and talking in a mature way about sex. And there's also a warning in here about a girl that had sex with her boyfriend and she got an STD because she didn't have protected sex. So this book covers a lot of really great things. And I think all of the things that I read in this book are things that are happening in a very realistic way in a lot of the 13 and 14-year-olds within our community. So I appreciate this book in a way that from a health teacher perspective, from a parent perspective, I think it really handles a lot of different topics that our teens really go through in their lives in a way that is realistic and accessible. And, just like ice cream flavors and books, I mean, everybody has their own flavor. You start to read it, it's not your thing. Kids aren't going to read something that they're not interested in, but they are really going to gravitate towards something that can, this book, I think, has an opportunity to teach kids how to have sexual relationships in a responsible way. And I don't think that we should keep books like this away from our kids because they're going to ask questions they're going to find answers if they have questions. And so this is just another resource they have. And I think that teens have a right to have access to these kinds of resources. I will say, when I was 11, my grandma had a wall of books that had Fabio on the cover. And when I was 11, I was reading those books. And I am not a sexual deviant or anything like that. I turned out just fine. And I think that's where I'll end. Thank you very much.
Anyone else to speak for Red Hook? Red Hood.
Hello. Still 15, still Sophia Beltran. I wanted to talk more as a teen standpoint about the topics discussed in this book, specifically the sexual nature and the violence. Teenagers see this. We are not blind to it. We talk about it at K-High. There is a trial going on that we have been discussing at K-High. We do not hide the violence of sexual assault. We do not shy away from it. It honestly was a large topic in my freshman English class, and we had wonderful discussions about it. We talked about the severity and the impact. We talked about why it was not okay, and we had informative conversations on why we should talk about it and why we should not pretend it does not exist. Because even as 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, we are still talking about it. And teen sexual assault is a thing. We cannot pretend that it doesn't exist. And reading about it in books we cannot pretend that it's not real. Reading about it in this book, it wasn't that I immediately thought that I was scared or that it was inappropriate. It was, this is another look at it. This is something real that happens that I don't believe should be taken off of a shelf for showing something that is real. The violence in it, I've seen violence in Ketchikan. I have worked downtown and I've gotten off late in the dark and I have seen violence. I am not scared by this book. I'm thinking, I've seen this. This is something real. This is a book that talks about real subjects. And when I brought this topic of this book up to my peers, because I thought maybe my opinion is different, maybe I should talk to other people and film or build an informed opinion, they all said the same thing. They said reading the chapters where it is explicit, they said, this is real. This is what happens to people in real life. And reading this gives me another perspective. Reading this helps me understand the impact. I don't think that we should take books away simply because it might be too violent in nature. I think that we should look at our personal teens in your family. Are they ready for a book like this? Because it is on an individual level. I am ready for this. My 13-year-old brother is not ready for this. And that is on a family level. That is him going to the library and choosing a book and my mother saying, I've read the book, I've read the reviews, I don't think you're ready for this kind of book. This is my mother knowing that I was ready for the book and saying, I hope you enjoy the read. It is on a personal level, and I think that taking away this book takes away and shadows sexual assault and violence, and I do not think that is right. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak?
David Katz, and I would support keeping the book right where it is in the teen section. And I want to say two things about it. First, I think it's worth saying that the STD, one of the girls in this, the young women in this book gets, turns out to be herpes. This is lifelong. It's not something that gets cured. You have to live with it, and you have to live with the stigma of it for your life. And if keeping this book in the teen section helps one Ketchikan kid avoid that, it's worth keeping it. I also want to say that sometimes these discussions, it seems like people are complaining that books like this are merely a scaffolding, a bare scaffolding for the depiction and discussion of sexual issues. This book, I found really well written. And there are passages in it, if you read them and stop reading someplace, if I were to take out a part of this book and read it and stop reading at a particular place, I bet everybody in this room would want to know what happened next. It's great storytelling and it's really well written. So it's not just that bare scaffolding for, sexual discussions. Thank you.
Anyone else for Red Hood?
June, can I request a bathroom break, please?
Yes, we will take a 10-minute break, be back at 7:25. For issues that do not pertain to the two books we've discussed tonight. Do you have anyone signed up for that?
Yes, let's see. We have Kelly Johnson.
Hello, I'm Krista Johnson. Before I was here as me. Now I'm here as the staff liaison for the Teen Advisory Group. And I brought with me a letter that the TAG group wrote specifically to the Library Advisory Board. This is something we worked together on, but I must say that the words and the sentiments are theirs. So please be okay with that. We, the members of the Ketchikan Public Library Teen Advisory Group, TAG, are concerned that there is not currently and has not for some time been a youth representative on the Library Advisory Board. Having this position is not only important for the youth in our community, but also for the board itself to be sure to hear from this portion of our community. This voice is especially important when young adult books are being reconsidered for placement in the teen room, being moved to the adult collection, and placement policies are being reviewed. TAG members help choose material for the teen room. We represent the current and diverse active teen readers in the community. We want books that make us want to read, books that can help us understand ourselves, books that help us learn that diversity exists and become more empathic and accepting of others. Books that help us deal with the complex issues in our lives and help us understand that others have their own issues to handle. Books that show we are an accepted and welcome part of the community. In short, books that help us grow into the next stage of our life, adults. The members of TAG want to break down barriers and give support to all teens in the community. We understand that sometimes the only thing a teen has access to is the free information that can be found in the library. Information that can not only help them learn to survive, but learn that they have worth and value in the world and the community. In the teen room, we can find books to help support our diverse ideas, fantasies to escape into, realistic fiction that helps us see ourselves in the world, and so much more. And while every book is not for every reader, it is the readers or their guardians who should make these choices. No one person is required to read anything. The books we and the librarian choose are written for teens, and they should not be moved to the adult collection. Making it harder to access the books written for us makes us feel less welcome in the library. Teens do not want to and should not have to go in the adult collection to find books that are written for us. Our parents and caregivers have the right to choose what we do or do not read. Making that decision for our parents should not be the job of the Library Advisory Board or any other person or group in our community. TAG hopes that the Library Advisory Board will soon fill the empty youth seat on the board with an active voting member. At least one TAG member has already applied for the position, and others are willing to be a part of the board as well. Teens need to know that their voices have worth and are respected in this community. Having a teen member back on the Library Advisory Board would be an excellent way to show us that you agree. Sincerely, the Ketchikan Public Library's Teen Advisory Group. And every current active member has signed the letter. So, thank you for your time.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I ask her a question? Is that okay?
Yes, you may.
Is that something that is the teens volunteer for, or is that something that they're appointed for? Because it's the first time that it's odd to me that they would say they would point the finger at the board for not filling the position.
The TAG members have had an active teen member on the Library Advisory Board for about 10 years for the most part. When our last person resigned from the board, for some reason that position was not filled, And we understand there was even discussion that the teen member would not have voting rights. So that is something that really concerns TAG. And like I said, we've had TAG members as part of the Library Advisory Board for about 10 years going back.
Yes.
Follow-up question. I mean, specifically, have they been appointed to the board and, or are asked to be on the board?
Yes, they
But
filled out the
since this
paperwork
last-
to be the youth member on the board. They went through the process of being appointed by the mayor, and they attended the meetings and were active on the board.
Oh, no, I meant this time. Since the last, you said there was a person that was on
Right.
and they left. I'm talking about it, the letter sounded like they were
They have applied for the board position and no activity has occurred.
Is that up to us?
Have we seen those
I had
applications?
no idea.
We don't appoint people
Yeah.
to this board, the city council. and the-
So that paperwork goes to the city council? Has
Or the
that,
clerk.
Goes to the city clerk.
Just the clerk.
It goes to the clerk.
Yeah.
So we're
So
waiting
in-
on council action at this point.
I'll follow up with the clerk and see where those applications.
thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak on the other issues? Yes.
Hello again. I just wanted to make a little comment about the teen representative on the board and the process. I have been emailing with Ms. Patoli, and she has told me that it isn't, the application paperwork is in the process of review, and that is why applications have not been going through, because the paperwork is in review. I myself have put in an application. I'm waiting to hear back on the review of the paperwork and what you need to, what has changed, if there's a vote still, just the review of that is in progress. So that is not because they have been saying that they don't want a team, that is not because they have been purposely trying to not have a team, it's simply because the paperwork has been in review, and I, as a team, know that, so I just wanted to put that out there so that there was not any feelings of hurt or unguidedness, just that that was the facts, that it's in review, and that going forward, paperwork will be reviewed, the applications can go forward, and there could be a team on the board in the next coming months, which would be amazing. Thank you.
See, and can I say a bit?
Certainly.
So I know that at a previous meeting here, we talked about adding something to the teen application that would be a signature from a parent or guardian, kind of giving permission for the teen. And I think that's the change in the application that is being considered at the clerk's level right now. So that's the review that's happening.
And that was because we decided to do the recordings, correct?
Yeah.
Not just the recording, but the fact that a person on the board is often exposed to materials that a parent might find inappropriate. So we would want to make sure that the parent understood what being on this board involved. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Seeing none, we can move on to the next section of the agenda, which are the reports. Nina, Friends of the Library, and to clarify, we will have an April meeting here before the April Friends of the Library meeting, if that helps you.
It does. So the Friends of the Library is currently, we're doing subcommittees. We need to make a plan of how to accept books, because the number one question that's asked by the Friends of the Library is, when are we going to collect books again? So that is in the process, and we're looking towards April when the weather gets better, opening up donations again, and then sorting and how we'll move forward towards the 3-day book sale procedurally. And we went over the staff's, the librarians' requests and approved their requests that they had. That was in a previous packet. And we are talking about one of our subcommunities is membership, because a lot of people don't know the Friends of the Library is separate from this board, or how they are different, or and that you can be a friend of the library and not on a board. So just information about Friends of the Library.
Any questions for Nina? Jack, what's going on with the city?
Just two quick notes on the library. One is we've completed the budget cycle and there were no significant changes made to the library's budget. So that came through pretty painlessly. It was a relatively flat budget as well. There weren't any big asks there. And it's also second to that, it's been really nice to see the library maintaining its 7 days of operation, which I know a lot of council members have gotten a lot of questions about. We'd had numerous discussions about in the months prior to resuming 7 days of service. So it's nice to have those two, to have that going again. Thank you.
Charlotte, the borough.
I don't have any specific report from the Borough Assembly at this time.
Okay. Pat?
Let's see, so I have, in your packet, there's the usual, one-page summary of what we've been doing the past couple months. So the only thing I have to add to that is that, this coming Monday, we're gonna be closed, for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And I'm preparing an annual report, which I will bring up to, the Library Advisory Board at our next meeting. We've been really, really busy this past year. And so this will be just kind of some of the highlights. And if nobody has any questions, that's all from me.
No questions for Pat? Okay, we move on to number 11, which is proposed new resource placement section in the library collection development policy. And I see you have a handout, Pat.
See, it should be in your packet.
Yeah. If you want to take a minute to review this. And Pat, the staff wording is all new. Is that right?
Yes, so at the last meeting, we were requested to prepare wording for a new section of the collection development policy called resource placement. And so the wording in red is the wording that we came up with as division heads of the library. And then there were a couple of sections in black which we discussed, and they were approved at the October meeting. So those are those two sections there in black.
Does anyone wish to make a motion?
I move to accept the proposed new resource placement section in the library's collection development policy as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Yes.
Can I ask City Manager?
Certainly.
Were you able to talk to the city attorney regarding the privacy law?
Pat did make a request. Our city attorney is currently out. He had several items to complete before he was off. His vacation started yesterday, and we had other high priority items for him to do this. So a request made for a legal opinion. If you would like to expand on what the question was for the consideration. I believe it was on the statement at the end about Alaska privacy laws.
Mm-hmm.
So the statute does state that library records are private. That's what it said.
Right, no, that the question was whether the attorney can confirm that that's the correct interpretation of the statute, that the nothing in regards, in other words, anything the minor child checks out, anything they look at, any questions they make, anything that has anything to do with between them and the library or them and the librarians is something that their parents can't know about unless the child puts something down on their application that the library can discuss it with their parents. That's what the question was.
right? So as far as a legal opinion, that is something Mitch will have to research in order to give an official legal opinion. I can tell you the statement is not contrary to state law.
No, that, and the question, I'll say that when I asked the AG's office, the response was, you need to talk to the city attorney because there is potential in that statement for a parent to come back and say, what's going on? So,
Deborah, are you familiar at all? Because I'm familiar with the Federal Education Rights and Privacy Act, so mostly for higher ed. So for colleges, which is what Past Life was, a student in a college was assumed to be, whether they were 18 or 17, to be an adult, and so they had rights to privacy. That's separate, but that law also differently applied to K-12. And as a K-12 educator, my understanding was that in the way in which that law applied, me as a parent then has legal rights to those education records. And so to me, the way I was really surprised by this, much like you were, I understand for the like post-secondary, but the primary education was just, I guess, surprising in my past world.
I think it'd be surprising to a lot of parents, and I think that the fact that kids can get a card without even asking their parents, that's I can see where the AG's office would say, hey, this might be a problem. So best to say, city attorney, let's put this on our radar and make sure that you know and you're on the same page with the library about this, because it's going to end up at your door.
Deborah, do you want to defer this till the next meeting?
I would like to. I would move to defer that particular addition until we can have the city attorney's opinion.
Would you consider a friendly amendment?
Yeah, accept that.
Okay.
Now, by this part of it, you mean only this?
Just that part.
Okay.
Just that part. Yeah.
So there's been a motion made to accept this and then a friendly amendment that we table it until the next meeting so that we can get a legal opinion. Further discussion?
Clarification, is it to table the motion or to table this paragraph off of the motion?
Do you have concerns about something else?
I have other questions, but I don't know how you want to do that.
Well, Jack made the motion to accept this. You have a concern with, I think it's basically the last sentence.
That was the first one, yeah.
Yeah.
You can also strike that sentence and add it at a later date. So you can amend to just strike now, and once you get an opinion, you can add it back in later. So you just amend to strike now.
I'd like to make a point. One of the things that I've looked up tonight, and I don't know, because I'm new, so forgive me if you guys already have this information, but it came to my attention that there was a press release that went out on November 17th from the AG. Is that where the heart of this is coming from? No. Okay. So there's 3 letters, and I would be happy to provide this because I was going to save it for the end for my comments to be part of the record for the meeting today. And maybe I'm misreading it, but when I read this final paragraph, it seems in direct conflict to what the AG has put out. And so I would like to see that entire paragraph have a legal opinion before it be included as part of the policy. For the record, I'll just mention that the statement in here, in the letters to the libraries, it requires for parental rights. I'm sorry I didn't highlight it here. It does require that if parents ask for a record of the books that were checked out, that be provided. And so this paragraph does seem in contrast to what the AG put out.
Of subsection B to 40.25.140?
I think it was for the AG's letter, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just had it. I'm so sorry. Oh, sir. So in the letter dated November 16th, 2023. From the AG office, Dear Alaska School and Public Libraries. On the third page, there is a section here that states section 3, neither state nor federal law have education or library specific laws relevant to what materials a library may provide. However, if your library is in a school, maybe that's just in a school, but it says it is important that you're aware that your library must provide all library records identifying a minor child to any parent or guardian who seeks that information. There are no exceptions to this statute.
And that's our understanding of Part B of that statute. However, so that would be a elementary school library or a secondary school library. But Section A has been understood by public libraries in the state to indicate that even minors who have a public library account, they do need to give permission for a parent or guardian or anybody else to have access to that account or the information from that account. So that's the general interpretation of Section A of that. Yeah.
Section A of
the statute. That would be Section 40.25.140, confidentiality of library records.
What's that number?
Oh, in the section. Okay, thank
yeah.
you. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Jack made the motion. You have the amendment that the last sentence be withheld until we get legal permission. Ms. Walsh suggested perhaps the whole paragraph.
That paragraph is that part, yeah, it's all the same.
So the whole paragraph we would hold back until we have
Right.
legal opinion. Okay, do we need to discuss that? Okay, can we vote on the amendment to hold back that until our next meeting so we can get legal permission? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, so the amendment is approved. Did you have other suggestions, Deborah?
Yeah, my question is for Pat. I think the staff did this, right? So maybe
We all did,
through
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
When it says the first paragraph, first red paragraph under the dot, wow, bullet points. The final decision, what's the basis for the final decision? Because it you know what I mean?
I understand that you would like there to be objective.
No,
criteria.
I'm asking what was meant by
it's their professional decision. Based on their expertise, based on their experience, based on their training, based on their work with teens and youth and adults in this community.
Okay.
Any other issues?
I have one other question that kind of goes along with that. It says come to a consensus
Mhm.
as to its placement. What's the basis for the consensus? Is it?
It's a discussion between two professionals, a review of the material and deciding, yes, this belongs in the teen section or no, it does not belong.
So I would have a little bit of I have a big problem, honestly, because it doesn't go along with the preamble that was put in last time. Because the preamble specifically says that that items are carefully vetted, that there's guidelines, acceptable standards are used fall within acceptable standards of public consumption, and none of that really seems to be played out with what the basis is. So it doesn't seem to go together with the preamble.
Are you making a motion?
I'm trying to figure out how to put that.
Do you have a mechanism that you would offer that's a more clear cut?
That's kind of what I was trying to figure out. If we're going to have the preamble in there that specifically says carefully vetted and whatnot, and the rest of it, and guidelines and acceptable standards, we're gonna have to have some kind of meeting of the minds.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, are you saying that the most appropriate place for the item in the collection between those two selectors
No, what I
is
mean,
pursuant to this policy to make that decision?
what I mean is that let's go back to the red line collection development policy and the preamble that was added. That's where I mean that. If that preamble that says that, I've got to go back. Carefully vetted and selected using established and proven sources, resources, and guidelines. Make every reasonable effort to select materials that fall within acceptable standards of public consumption. Those aren't defined and as voluminous as it might be in professional training. So I guess what I'd say is,
I'm not sure that I see the placement piece. I see the preamble reading, just one, this is semantics, right? Everything we do is have access to a broad spectrum of data. So the access to does not necessarily require where the placement is. And so I see that there's other pieces of this. I'm trying not to get too caught into the weeds, because in the rest of it, we talk about reviews, we talk about guidelines, we talk about a few others that match what we're talking about with guidelines. And then I see these 4 bullets as also those guidelines, maybe not as explicit as you're maybe seeking.
well, it says carefully vetted, and I'm not seeing carefully vetted in those things. So I guess what I would say is I would, thank you for the chance to talk it through because it was helpful. I would like to, how do I put that? I would move that we have some more clarity on guidelines and carefully vetted and reasonable. I don't know how we.
What do you think you're missing? I guess like I can't comprehend like the level of which the nuance exists here in some of these books, and so I don't even have a place to start with recommending an alternative. Otherwise, it'd be like jumping all over it. And you'll have to forgive me. My dad said I'd argue with the fence post, so but I'm if I understand what you're trying. I'm a fixer too. If I understand what you're thinking that we're missing, and I'm like, okay, what can we add in? But I'm not hearing what we're missing yet.
Well, maybe you can point me to where is carefully vetted in here.
I think looking at the collection development policy as a whole that has the resource placement section in it, when you look at the section above that, that goes into the selection criteria, and it has that big list that you wanted all of those things defined at our last meeting, and that didn't go through. We did vote unanimously to include this resource placement section that the library staff is telling us this is why we put books where they are in the library. I don't know if vetting the book is so much a placement issue as it would be a selection issue. I know one thing that I strongly suggested that is not even mentioned anywhere in here was the 3-prong Miller test that deals with obscene things that I'm sure are going to come up in the letters that you had printed out that came out in November. Well, I was a strong advocate for all of this at our October meeting, and it's not in there either. So basically, we are in the same exact spot as we were before you even wrote this, that everything that happens at the library is up to you and none of it's on paper saying this is really why it's there. So it does, I agree with Deborah, it lacks all sorts of objective guidelines as to why, there are no rules. It's your opinion, and Ms. Topfer, I'm not sure how to say it, her opinion, so it's, I don't know if that helped your, your argument of like, I don't know how to write that either. I'm not a librarian, but at the same time, I think a lot of us would like to see more clear-cut definitions of, there's, where do you draw the line? At what point does this book, regardless of somebody's review, somebody's opinion, where do you cut that off and say, that's an opinion, but this is a fact? I think that there's going to be a lot more discussion, I think, on this into the future. And I don't know if that's something that, given everything that we have on the agenda tonight, I think maybe we could have some more discussion on this in the future. And that maybe there needs to be some more suggestions and maybe even a work session where we all get together and brainstorm ideas of how to, take these placement guidelines and opinions and rules and everything that everybody wants and maybe just sit down and smash it all together and find something that's going to work for everyone, not just us, not just the librarians, but the entire community, all the kids, the adults, the conservatives, the liberals, whatever, everybody that's concerned about it can, be included if they want. But I mean, there's going to be a lot to, think about there. It's not just going to be, 4 bullet points that say this is how we put books where they go and everybody's going to be happy. That's not how that's going to work, in my opinion. Sorry.
Okay, I see it as 2 different documents. This is how we buy the books. This is what we do when we get them. Do we need to repeat all of this on this document?
I thought that went into the collection development policy. Isn't this another section that goes in? Or am I wrong? I thought that's what this was.
Yes. The resource placement section
Yeah, I
is
see it.
in
So
the development policy.
do we need to repeat those same things in the same document?
What do you mean repeat?
It's in the document now. Do we have to, when we put the resource placement, when we expand on that, do we need to repeat what is on page 1?
Well, that was never the intent to repeat it. I don't think.
I think what
And
she
if-
meant is the criteria that's listed under resource placement doesn't go hand in hand with what's listed in the preamble as this is what we
Right.
stand for. That the preamble says one thing and then the resource placement says, yeah, but we'll just do whatever the librarian wants to do.
If I could speak to some of this, the collection development policy would encompass both selection and placement. So it does make sense for the resource placement to be within the collection development policy. I don't think it needs to be separate from that. I think I would disagree that it's just whatever the librarians want.
Well, that was a little extreme.
I think because we're seeking to serve the entire community, and we could tell by all of the comments this evening how varied our community is and how diverse it is. And so one set of criteria for making these decisions, however detailed, is not going to permit us to serve the entire community. I think there are some things that if you're a professional, either you hire a professional that you trust to make these decisions, or you hire another professional. But you're not going to get a professional who's going to say, yes, these 5 things, these are 5 things we're going to do. And they're specific and objective. And everybody can look at them. That's the universe of literature and of books and of other materials is just too vast. And the diversity of our community is too vast to be able to fit into certain categories. So that's my thing.
Can I propose that we put together some sort of working group to work with library staff and bridge the gap?
For the resource
One
placement.
thing
For the
is,
resource placement.
one thing is if we have a work group, that is considered an open meeting, so it would be, just as this.
Well, not necessarily all of us. I get the feeling that not everyone wants to deal with it. That's kind of what maybe I said it wrong.
Ms. Walsh, could we have some input on that, please?
It's absolutely up to you if you wanna form a subcommittee,
But that would be an open meeting.
Not
so
necessarily.
long as you don't have a quorum.
Under 3 or less, according to the Mitch's letter.
So you would have a limited subcommittee, so long as you don't have a quorum, you could have a working committee.
That's for governing boards, not for advisory boards, because advisory boards there's confusion on whether it's even possible for one if it's emailed, but definitely 2 or more. So I don't know how a subcommittee works with that.
I'd have to look at the code in order to verify numbers, but if it's the will of the advisory board to form a small working group, you can ask for volunteers and limiting it to 2 members, I think would be sufficient. That's a lot of people to have on a working group with staff. I think 2 is sufficient and we wouldn't violate anything.
I still think it violates open meetings, sorry.
To have 2?
Yeah, because it specifically says, I think I have it
I
here.
thought Mitch's letter was a little more generous than that.
It's in, I do have that tomorrow, so I don't have to go back again looking more.
We do have a motion on the table, correct?
We do.
And that's from the state website.
Feel like we're getting a little field discussion at here.
Sorry.
You wouldn't be taking any action as a working group. That's the difference.
No, it'd be discussion, which is also included.
So 2 or 3 people?
I don't think you'll see any violation. I know 2 is safe. I'd have to look up the numbers. There's in the code. But as long as you're not taking any action. And the city council does it, advisory boards do it all the time. We'll have a subcommittee to do it with you, but.
Do you want to make a friendly amendment?
I have to say that I really have to have clarity on that before I can do that because I disagree. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cause problems, but I disagree. And I think any level, and it specifically says any part of the deliberation process constitutes action, but.
Do you want to make a friendly amendment that we table this until the April meeting?
Table the whole thing?
This page.
Because it wasn't my motion to actually put it in here, I don't really want to take that away from the person who did.
Yeah, table it. I don't.
And I think Jeff made the original motion to add the resource placement section.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm talking about last time, but yes, you did this time.
well, just through the chair, to this point, my understanding is that these are essentially guiding documents. They obviously change. We had a lengthy discussion in October about some of these changes that are proposed. We know there's going to be further discussion about this. We know that with respect to the point that we're trying to resolve in this particular language tonight, there's not an easy fix or answer. So my personal thought on the matter would be that we approve this as presented minus the privacy laws statute. We've already agreed can be deferred until we get a legal opinion on it, just so that we have something that the library is working with. And then if either a working group or the library advisory board as a whole wants to further refine this language or have the opportunity to think about how best to present a fix for any hitches that we might find in the language that's present, we can do so at a future meeting and just have this in place, at least in the interim, so that that guideline is in place. That's my thought on the matter.
So what you're saying is we would approve this minus the last paragraph. And then if a work group wanted to form and look at that, the paragraph under the bullet points, they could bring that up at the future meeting.
Or that, or if an individual library advisory board member wants to propose suggested change to the language, we could consider that at a future meeting and revise this document so that it's better suited to the need of the library.
Right, okay. Okay, so, not quite sure where we are now.
So I guess
So-
you've made that amendment, you proposed that amendment, and so I guess we just need a second.
Yeah, is there a second to
Yeah,
Jack's
there's a
amendment?
motion on the floor to
Did you make
approve
an
the
amendment?
policy.
I didn't make an amendment. No,
No.
I just issued comment on the standing motion.
So we get,
There's
we
a
have
friendly
motion to approve the policy.
That's-
It's already
that's
been
already been
amended
done.
to strike the
Yeah,
last
amendment.
paragraph.
Right.
Mhm.
So that's where we are now.
Okay, okay. Any further discussion? Okay, the motion on the table is to accept this with the exception of the last paragraph, which we will take up again in April after we have legal advice. All in favor, raise your hands. Opposed? Motion carries. We now move on to new business. Item A is board discussion and recommendation of request to move 2 books from the teen to the adult collection. Flamer by Mike Corrado and Red Hood by Alana Arnold. I suggest we take these separately, it's 2 different items. So the first book would be Flamer by Corrado. Is there a motion?
I move that we move the book Flamer to the adult section of the library.
Can I clarify the motion? Your motion is to recommend to the librarian to move the book
Mm.
because you're not a policy setting body.
Mm.
You're an advisory board. So I would just amend the motion, if you don't mind, to say a motion to recommend to the librarian to move the book.
So, can I ask for clarification?
Mhm.
The amended, and I don't have it on me, the amended appeal process. Do you have that? Because I don't have access to the internet right here. What are the steps of the appeal? I should have it here, but I don't have the internet now.
Getting the right screen.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. All right. Formal request. So once a formal request has been made, if the person who has made the request is not satisfied with the recommendation and explanation of the formal review, they may file a written appeal to the library director. The director will respond in writing within 10 days. If that response is unacceptable to the person making the request, they may file a written appeal to the library advisory board to request further consideration at a public hearing. If the recommendation of the library advisory board, which actually goes to the library director, is deemed unacceptable, within 10 working days, the person may file a written request to the city manager to review the appeal and decide whether or not to sustain the recommendation of the library advisory board to the library director. And if the decision of the city manager is deemed unacceptable, within 10 working days, the patron may file a written request to the city council to review the city manager's decision by voting whether or not to sustain their recommendation.
So specifically, the person comes back and appeals. They're not appealing what the library director does with the recommendation. They're appealing the recommendation, correct?
Correct.
So how is that not creating some sort of precedent? Because let's say for example, the board says, don't move it. And the library director moves it.
Mhm.
So the appeal isn't towards what the library director did, it's toward the recommendation of the board, correct?
the library advisory board is making a recommendation to the library on this decision. So if you decide to move the book and that's your recommendation, you make it to the librarian. The librarian would then consider it, because I'd imagine your recommendation would be based on public comments, your own review of the book, other items like that. And then if the patron is unhappy with that recommendation, then they would appeal to me. So ultimately, it's Pat's decision in the library every day on where to put a book. That's really the bottom line. And you're advising on where that should happen. And that's where the value of a committee and a volunteer community committee comes in, is that you are representing the opinions not only of yourself, but of what you believe is best for the community. So if you're looking for a very hard line, the only person that can tell Pat what to do ultimately is me. And so if the library advisory board advises her, this is what you're going to do, we'll actually have that conversation of what will happen at the end of that decision. So you don't direct Pat, you're recommending, and that's what's really important. I direct Pat, the council directs me. We have that chain of command. So you are here to service it. It's like going to confession. The priest represents the community that was harmed. You're representing the community's opinion.
So when it seems strange to me that the appeal is based on the board's recommendation rather than the ultimate use of that recommendation.
Correct. If the patron doesn't like the action that's occurred, you have the option to then appeal to me.
But actually, it isn't the action, it's the recommendation that's appealed. See what I mean?
I think it's semantics, and really what it is if the patron is not happy with the recommendation and the action of the librarian, they appeal to me. That's really the bottom line.
What is the,
so
I know what it said in the minutes, but when it got changed, what does it read now?
It reads what the council had.
What they said in the
Yes.
minutes.
Right.
So
And
it
reads this.
says that the appeal is to the recommendation, not the ultimate use of that recommendation.
You're gonna have to give me a what if scenario, because if this board comes to a decision and they uphold the teen librarian and the librarian's decision, and that's the recommendation, then the patron can appeal to me. If the board decides that they would like to move the book, then Pat would have to take that into consideration.
So if the board says, let's do that, that's a good one. The board says, Pat, move the book, and Pat says, no, I'm not gonna move the book. How can the person appeal to
They still
you?
appeal to me.
How? Because they're not, it specifically says, if what they're appealing is the recommendation of the board, not what happened with that recommendation.
I can promise you on public record that if that occurs, appeal will be accepted by me in my office.
Oh, and I'm not doubting that it would.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, you wanted a for instance.
Yep.
And that's the for instance, that the policy says the person's appealing the recommendation of the board, not what the library did with that recommendation.
Again, because the board is an advisory body. You can only make a recommendation. You can't just say, this is how the city is going to operate.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But that's
trying
what
to
I'm
understand
saying.
The fear or what you think might happen.
It's not necessarily fear, it's a question that if the person is appealing the recommendation of the board and the board agreed with them, but the library said no, what would they be appealing to you when the policy specifically says? I don't know, maybe that's a question to the city council. I don't know.
Or perhaps we should move ahead and decide what we're going to do with these two books.
You're the chairman, you tell me what you wanted.
May I make one comment?
Yes.
I appreciate your clarification, Deborah, because from my time on the planning commission, we make decisions all the time. We set policies, we allow things. And if it's not correctly in black and white on paper, then in 10 years or 15 years, when it becomes relevant again and somebody has to pick it up, then there's confusion. And so what I'm hearing in your comment is that it's not, if nobody knew, like, you know, how do you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? How do I appeal this? If I go and I look at the policy right now, it sounds like, or I'm hearing concern that it's not clear, although the understanding and the spirit is clear to those that are sitting around the table. In black and white, currently there is some confusion. Is that
That's
correct?
what I mean, yeah.
And of course, this is a policy that is set by the city, not by this
The
body.
language in this policy was directed by the city council.
Mhm.
So most policies, all operational are SOPs. We go through as staff and we have our own operational policies.
Mhm.
This particular language was directed by city council.
Okay. Is there a motion on the book Flamer?
So I know Ms. Simon made her motion and I just add that it be, that the library advisory board recommend to the librarian that the book Flamer be moved from teen section to the adult section.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Is that your motion?
I guess, I mean,
I'll second for discussion.
Discussion? Nina, do you have anything?
Discuss. No, I don't.
I have a question.
Yes.
And I'm not sure, either Pat or Amy could answer this for me. When you look up books on the online catalog and, the keywords that come up, where do those come from?
So can I answer?
Sure.
Okay. So I come from a cataloging background, so I know where they come from. Most books that we get are cataloged either by the Library of Congress or by another major public library. And so they have complete catalog records, includes things like, you know, title, author, those basic information, also includes subject headings and suggested call numbers. And that doesn't indicate the collection it should be in, it just indicates where it should be on the shelf.
Gotcha.
And usually we just accept those subject headings and call numbers. Usually those match pretty well.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we use the Library of Congress subject headings, but we accept what the cataloging record already has in it, that another catalog is added.
When you look up Flamer in the Library of Congress, the keywords for that novel are listed as graphic novels, coming out, self-realization, self-acceptance, gay people, camps, bullying, bullies, coming of age comics, and gay comics. All of those things I would assume that anyone of any age could type into the computer and this book would pop up. Unfortunately, for some reason, in the Ketchikan Public Library, the Ketchikan Library for city libraries, computer system, those are not the words for this Flamer novel. There's 5 of them. There's summer, camps, friendship, bullying, and graphic novels. I guess that makes 6. 1, 2, 3. No, that is 5. So I was just curious how a book that in all of these letters, the back and forth with the request for recommendation to move, you know, whatever it's called, you know, I believe this was Amy's letter. She quotes the reviews in at the beginning where he's never alone in their struggles, but nowhere in the description or the keywords that make this book available to help teenagers, does it say anything about, you know, feelings of isolation or depression? It also says it's emotionally powerful, proudly, and extravagantly spiritual. It doesn't say anything about religion or, you know, there's no, you know, mental health and, you know, these feelings in the way this book is described. There's self-discovery. This book will save lives. There's no mentions of suicide or any, you know, suicide prevention. And then finally, Flamer offers real hope, not just rainbows, to queer kids. Well, this book isn't even cataloged, according to our library, as an LGBTQ or gay or coming out. You know, there's no, I guess I'm having a hard time finding that how is this book going to save anybody's life if they can't even find it to read it on the computer? So you're just hoping that the children are going to, or sorry, the teenagers are just going to know that it's on the shelf and that this is the book that's going to, you know, give them hope and light. I was just wondering how this novel is so far off on its description in the catalog versus what the book actually is.
I think that's hard to, I would have to look more closely at the catalog record.
The
and
pages and pages of
Yeah.
profanity use in the
Mhm.
book. I mean,
Yeah.
that doesn't really come up as summer camp and friendship to me. That's, you know, those
The
keywords
summer
are a little
camp.
off. Well, I mean, there's, you know, opinions there, but I don't know. It's just, to me, I think if you're going to move the book, I don't move the book, but maybe focus on actually, you know, describing it for what it is in your system. And that way there's a lot more transparency for, you know, a book about friendship. No, this is a book about struggles and mental health and suicide and, you know, gay teen issues. That's what this book should be labeled as in your computer system, not summer camps and friendship. You're well, not you, but it's being sugar coated and
Sure, it's being sugar coated, but I take your point that it doesn't include all of the subject headings it could include.
yeah, that's my 2 cents on it.
Okay. Anything that will help us make a decision tonight? Charlie? Do you have any comments?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Kate?
I appreciate the comments of the public. I appreciate the comments that were brought forward. I read both books. I read this book. I'm pretty deliberate. I spend a lot of time in the library. My comments come forth from a place of deep concern about precedent. I feel like anything that we suggest or anything that we recommend must be done with an absolute conservative approach to the rights and responsibilities of all people of our community. And I think by some of the standards that Deborah's laying out in her challenge, it opens the door for many other books. And in fact, Eric Simon's suggestion was any books that match these same parameters be pulled. And so I see this as something that we need to be super mindful of, because we are the advisors of a public entity that has no match, right? There's no other entity that comes close to what the public library is and the service that the public library poses. And with that, there's very little to look to other entities in this town or elsewhere. And so I'm gonna bring, because I have a lot of thoughts. I've lost a lot of sleep over this conversation because I take these tasks and roles very seriously. I think that this is a really, like, anything that we do here sets a precedent. And if we move this one book, there is a next one. And if we move that one, then there is a next one. And if we move that one, then there is a next one, because there will always be a next book. And to what end, right? Because in my mind, I want the government to have as little to do with my home and my responsibility as possible. And as soon as we start letting our public entity take this kind of control over what we have access to or where it's placed, then we lose more and more of our rights. And I respect the suggestions and the points that Deborah in this challenge has made, absolutely. And I fear when the winds change what that next step is. I fear when the winds change what rights might be taken away from me, from my child, from us as a community. And I go forward with this with absolute trepidation because of that, and want to be very critical as to like why and how we are making suggestions. I like Sherry's suggestion of being more transparent in the online, because as a parent, if I want to see what my kid's reading, that wouldn't match what Flamer is. And so I do see that there's value in maybe making sure that those online tools are robust. I know that we've spoken about the catalog before and how our catalog's outdated. And so that might be a product of our just tools and technology. And so improving the catalog would be high on my priority list of just things that we could see an increase on. But one thing I love about Alaska is the you do you mentality, right? Like, I think that's why a lot of us live here, is like, you do you, I'm gonna do me. And we're gonna see each other at the grocery store, at church or wherever else. And we need to be okay with that. And so as I ramble, that is my like just initial mindset of just being very, very cautious of setting a precedent that then could take, by some of these standards, we could take sexual health books out of the youth catalog, and we could take other tools out. And I just want to act on that very, very cautiously, with no disrespect to the way in which people might receive these books. I didn't particularly enjoy them. They're not my cup of tea, but I read them, and I do see that they have literary merit in the demographic that they serve, and I do think that they serve a teen demographic. I didn't see anything that I wouldn't be comfortable having a conversation with my child on when they were age appropriate. So all that said, I will hush.
Jack.
I'm really grateful to everybody who spoke to these books, both of which I read. And I know we're talking about Flamer right now, both in terms of correspondence and in terms of the opportunity to step to the podium. There was a lot of great comment. In particular, my attention was drawn to comments from Kelly Johnson, Sophia Pilgrim, and Frankie Urquhart, in part because they spoke with experience in terms of interacting with kids who might be seeking information like that is presented in Flamer. And I think, we were lucky to have youth speak to a title that was challenged last year. I think we're lucky to have at least one youth speaking to a title that's being challenged now, because when we talk about what's best for the kids in this community, there's one of the best resources we could hear from are the kids in this community. So I'm especially grateful to any youth who come to that podium, because it takes a great deal of courage to speak to a body like this. If you're an adult, and if you're a kid, it takes, I think, an extra special degree of courage. And it also takes an extra degree of courage if, to quote Ms. Urquhart, when these kids have questions, or even perhaps it was Ms. Johnson, forgive me for crossing the comments that I'm quoting, but these kids have questions, and often they're scared to ask them. And I think it was Ms. Pilgrim who spoke to the safety of that space, which is designated as teens, is populated with books for teens, with info that is presented to teens. And for me, that is sacrosanct, even if it creates some discomfort. And Ms. Tully made a comment to the breadth and the depth of the literary world and how there are no simple, clear-cut, easy to follow specifics. We're never going to, no book is for every person. But books like this, I think, are for teens and should be, as a consequence, in the teen room where they can find them without the added pressure of having to be amongst adults when they're seeking this information. And just on there were some scenes, I'm 30 to 40 years ago, I was a summer camper. And 20 to 30 years ago, I was a summer camp counselor. And even 30, 40 years ago, yeah, language like this was absolutely par for the course amongst a group of kids who were playing in the woods on land that was owned by the Catholic Diocese of Nashville. I mean, so none of the language in this book shocked me. Some of the scenes in the book shocked me because the experiences were outside of my own. But I think it's an enormously valuable resource. And I agree with the statement that's headlined on the top of the cover that that book will save lives. I found courage in that book, and I'm not even dealing with some of the issues the protagonist was facing. So I'm in favor of leaving it in place because there are kids who need that book, and I want them to have as few obstacles between themselves and that information as possible. Thank you.
Did you have anything else?
I just wanted to clarify my giant long rant, because that's the only way I know how to talk in public, apparently. That I read the book. Like you, I mean, it was just like, wow. And I wrote on my notes when I was reading, and I will quote this. It said, what did I say? This book is vulgar and crude at times, but as a whole, it's not terrible. So like it changed my mind. I went into it thinking like, oh, get this, filthy book out of here. And then I read it and thinking from, the standpoint of my cousin who recently transitioned and is now a beautiful woman. And it's like, to think of what he as a child grew up with and experienced, and then now as a woman is probably experiencing even more. I mean, she's hell way braver than I'll ever be. And reading that book, it was really eye-opening. And yeah, the language was uncomfortable. There was a few scenes that like made me want to go to church, and I'm not even religious. I mean, but at the end of the day, I mean, the book is written for teenagers. My issue with it is the way that it's presented in the online catalog. So when people are looking things up, not only the teens who might need something in suicide prevention or, bullying is the only tagline on there that is accurate to what the story tells. But all of the other issues that are encompassed in this book, they're not on there. So the kids aren't going to find it if they're looking for it in our online catalog. And then the parents who might see this in their kid's backpack, when they look it up, they're like, oh, it's about summer camp. They're not gonna know either. And so it goes both ways. Parents and kids, I mean, everybody wants to say your parents are responsible for what their kids are checking out the library. Well, then the library should be responsible for accurately describing the books so parents can know what their kids are actually reading. That was my rant. And rant number 2.
Deborah?
It's interesting.
You talk about precedent.
And not wanting to change things. Because that is something that would change going forward. How is that different from what it is now? Right now, the library is making these decisions. So much so that we don't even know how. We don't know why. In a memo specifically saying this is why we chose these books, there's no reasons given. Absolutely none. We don't know why. It's put there because they put it there. I have a master's in education. I have 10 plus years experience with children. I have 10 plus years experience in legal. I have children of my own. I spent day on day with teenagers. I've got the same experience. But I hear adults saying, it wasn't for me, or I got it, or I enjoyed it, but it isn't for you. It's being given to minors, not to adults. When adults say, I got it, I learned something, it isn't about adults. It's about kids. So I guess I would ask a question of, what's a minor? Because apparently a minor has nothing to do with sexuality. Apparently a minor has nothing to do with language. A minor has nothing to do with pornography, because nobody's mentioned that from this book. A minor has nothing to do with anything in this book because a minor is making their own choices. So why do we have minors? Why do we call them minors? Why don't we just stop? You're a teen, go for it. I've got 2 teens. No way are they ready for the world. Oh my goodness. The thought of sending a 17-year-old, who, by the way, has been a adult education-wise for 4 years. She's not ready for this. I went to college. I know what goes on in college. She's not ready for that. But when she's 18, that's her decision. That's because she's not a minor anymore. If we're going to give this stuff to them because they're getting it elsewhere, so let's just give it to them, why do we have minors at all? And then I guess the other question I have is, why do we have a reconsideration process at all? Real. Because no one wants it. Everyone is threatened by it. Nobody wants to, I don't know if you want to use the word defend the books. I don't care what word you use, but it's wasting time. We've got more important things to do. Then why do you have a process at all? Take the process away. If we are here to advise the library, then we advise the library. We don't have the library advise us. Why are we here? Are we here for the adults, or are we here for the kids? Are we here for the library, or is the library here for us? Cart's getting before the horse at this point. I hear a lot of people say this is for teens. Why? It's my question. Why? What makes it for teens? And not a book that we know specifically, and I can pretty much tell you which books were taken from teens and put in the adult section because they're in the high school and they're not in the teen section of our public library. Why? We don't know. And I have no hope of getting that because I specifically asked, why are these books in the teen section? And all I got was, it's a nuance. Yes, it is nuance. Good gracious, I have a liberal arts bachelor's degree. I know nuance better than anyone. I know nuance. But even nuance has a basis for choice. And I am hearing none of that whatsoever. Why are we choosing not? Why are we choosing to or not to? Specifically, in your minds right now, why are you saying, I want it moved or I don't? Why? It's not the same as me, and it's not the same as the person next to you. It's not the same as the library because we don't even know what the basis was. So that would be my challenge.
Nina, have you thought of anything?
I want to go around again.
Just you.
Just me? Deb, I would like to answer your question because you asked why. And you wanted to know my opinion, and I'm going to offer it to you. I was trying to not keep this meeting going so long, but my kids are already ready for bed. Why? My dad attempted suicide when he was a teenager. That's why. I wish there were more books that he didn't feel so alone. I wish that there was more support, more discussions like this, because even by discussing this book, more people in our community are going to learn about it and hear about it. And it'll be available to them. I support the teenagers. I'm not a teenager. I've got gray hair. I don't have teenagers yet. They're preteens. But I support the teenagers in our community. I think that they're given driver's license. We don't call them minors for driver's license. We give them cars and vehicles. We also allow them to join the ROTC in military, and we're like the only country that legally does that. I respect teenagers, and I am going to support their choices and then their family's choices. That's why I'm supporting leaving the book where it is.
I'd just like to make a couple of comments as well, because I have lost sleep over this as myself. I'm gonna look at my notes and try to be concise. For me and from my desk, my why for why I'm gonna vote the way I'm gonna vote on this book is similar to what Ms. Govars was referencing, which is the precedent that it will set. I think that there's a much bigger problem that we have from the little that I have been able to review thus far, and that is definitely a policy issue. There is not clear and objective and understandable and transparent ways that the community can see why are our public resources being used for this particular publication. Do we need that? Would be another question. Because of the controversy that our community has experienced over the last year, and also what's happening nationally, we do. The answer is yes, in my mind. I'm excited to see that these policies are being drafted, and I recognize that that is a process and a refinement can happen, and there has to be something. There has to be a starting point. So I appreciate the work that has been done to get thus far. As Mr. I think it was Mr. Echohawk was mentioning that we're advocating for stricter policies. I don't need stricter policy as a parent, as a citizen. I need clear and objective processes, so that if there is a controversy, if there is a contention, then there is a clear path to have it addressed. And the minority gets heard, but the majority prevails, as they say. So with those things in mind, the biggest issues that I have with any of this is the issue of parental rights. Parents have the right to decide. And I think I've heard that pretty universally across the board and across both sides of the table, that parents have a right to choose what their children are allowed to access. And since I've been appointed on this board, my question would be, is there any kind of rating system that is out there? Oh, I missed the list. Sorry, I'm new. Guys, tell me again. Because and if there's not, then guess what? Catch can, we get to trail and blaze some trails once again, because there's no reason why there couldn't be or there shouldn't be. And I just like a movie, like they rate the movies, as Ms. Simon was mentioning. It seems like there should be a mechanism for that. That's something that's not going to obviously get fixed tonight. Parents need to be able to have the right to know with accuracy the information that their children are being exposed to. The local governing bodies need to take responsibility for potentially crossing the line with distribution of materials. And I would rather see our publicly funded library stay out of the fray by not towing the line, because that's not their job. It's not our job to decide what other kids can read or not read. And I think that's pretty universal on both sides. So how do I know? How absent of me, I know that we've all heard these conversations, and you guys have all sat through all of these meetings where people are like, what am I supposed to do? Stand over my kid's shoulder 24/7 when they're 14 years old? No, but it would be nice if the leaders and the policymakers at the top would take into consideration the importance of the parents being accurately informed and a mechanism for them to be able to opt out of what could be considered inappropriate material for their children. Couple more points. I've heard a couple different comments, particularly from our teen speaker, which I also appreciate, and their boldness and courage. It was okay for her, the book was okay for her at 17, but a parent may decide that a different sibling of the same age, it isn't appropriate for. So it's impossible, right, for the library and some level to create a policy that is equal for everyone. So I would just really like to see clear, transparent policies. I would like to see the library not towing the line for controversy. The information is available, and I'm really concerned that there could be some grounds for distribution of materials that are inappropriate. And I had one other note. Oh, it was. Yeah, so that, I guess everything else I'll talk about at the end of the meeting, but I just think you can't unring a bell. And whether it's exposing children to information that's inappropriate to them, or it's making policy decisions that restrict access, right or wrong, you can't unring the bell. So I hope that my time here on this board is devoted to furthering that idea of objective policy, clear guidelines and processes and policies. I'm very interested to hear more, and I'll go back and maybe we could chat after the meeting about the Miller three-prong test. I remember that, but I hadn't thought about that until you brought it up again. And maybe it's something that we have some kind of rating system for, where parents can, there's 3 levels and their kids have access to those books. If those books aren't on the list, then they can't check those books out without parental permission. So I just really hope that we can get to a solution. We can keep our kids safe, informed, and thank you for listening.
It's my turn. There aren't as many people here as there were earlier tonight, but I look around and I see people who were once teenagers, as I was decades ago. I also see parents who've had the experience of shepherding their children through the teenage years, as I did. That process can be challenging, as many youngsters grapple with what they see as issues that make them different and perhaps not good enough, at least not as normal as the kids they see around them. In the book, Aiden is Filipino, Catholic, chubby, non-athletic, and about 99% sure he is gay, and he's not happy about that. His strong religious commitment helped him to make a life-saving decision at the end of the book, and he also learns that people care for him. I found the book to be pro-religion, talks extensively about the saint that he chose at his confirmation. He stayed an altar boy when his peers moved on to other things, and he was so racked with guilt given his situation. Mr. Eckerhawk talked about the book ending with joy, and that was the feeling I had too. This kid finally kind of was going through the fire, and things were looking up for him. There are kids in Ketchikan who are dealing with what makes them not good enough. They need access. They all need access to this book, which needs to stay in the young adult section. Anybody else have anything to say about Flamer? Okay, the motion is that, would you read that, Pat?
Let's see, the motion is to recommend to the librarian that the book Flamer be moved to the adult section.
Okay, so a vote in favor is to move the book. A vote against is to leave the book where it is. All in favor? Opposed? Motion dies. Okay, the book Red Hood. Do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend to the librarian to move Red Hood to the adult section of the library.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion?
We gonna go around again, or are we?
Well, let's see if anybody jumps in, Deborah. Would you like to speak?
I'll wait. I'd like to hear some other people first.
Okay.
I'll speak since I seconded the motion. I want to honor the appeal request or for the consideration of this book and have it go to a vote for the board.
I have just, one of the things that I spent some time in the library last week and discussed a little bit about this book in particular. And the way in which I understand this book entered the collection in the first place was by request. And that's one of the collection development policies. And one of the things that I think is really unique and special and was made a point is that the books that are in the teen room are largely guided by the teens themselves. I think that's really cool. And I think that that's really neat that the librarians make it a good point to very carefully consider any book that is requested. And I think that's one of the balances that we as citizens have in the library is if I want a book and I ask Pat or Amy for it, and they'll be like, okay, more likely than not. And I appreciate that because that does give citizens access to public resources through a very direct mechanism that then benefits others. And so Red Hood was an odd book. I'll give it that, absolutely. But it was through a citizen's request, a teen's request. And I thought that was as a respect of them. Also, just kind of a weird aside, based on the weeding policy, my suspicion is without this challenge, that book would have been wet out. With not too distant future from here, based on the circulation of it. Now it's a different story because we've circulated that book quite widely. And so if this were not challenged, more resources would not have been put into it. Again, citizen every right to challenge the book, but just thinking about the best use of our resources, without challenging that book, money would not have been spent to add to it, and it would have probably gotten wet out in the next 6 months to a year, give or take anyway. So I found that odd. I found that interesting. It was useful information for me to retain as a member of the public, as a member of this board. And I learned a lot just in spending time in the stacks. And also I wanted to make that one point. It was made in public comment by the teens. As I was loping around the teen section, as very much not a teen, there were teens that came in and sat because it was not long after school hours and used that space, and it was just delightful to see. Very respectful couple of kids sitting down and reading, and it brought me joy to see kids that didn't look like bookworms, and I mean being very stereotypical, but using our space, and that was what it's meant for. And so I appreciate the teen section for that. I appreciate that the staff honor teen requests. And I also appreciate the weeding policy that would move books along to make space for other books that are being requested. So.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd argue that this book would save lives. But it was, I mean, it was a strange book. I won't say I didn't enjoy reading it. Some of it was a little head scratching. There was one concern raised about there was sort of a celebration of this almost vengeance-like hunting, but it was also such a fantastical world that I was able to kind of put that aside, as I think most teenagers who were reading and enjoying a book like that would be able to do. But I did find it a little puzzling that that was sort of one of the major philosophical bents of the book, with these like vengeance killing, but they're of werewolves. So I don't know if our teens are going to encounter werewolves here in Picture Can. What's that?
Sorry.
Yeah. There were a few points though in the book that I really that I took note of as being really positive. One of them was mentioned by one of the commenters also, who quoted the line about having sex does not oblige you to future sex, was a quote. I was really happy to see that in a book for teens. Also, a bit of guidance from the protagonist's guardian, who said, you don't owe anyone access to your body. I was really happy to see that so emphatically stated in the book. There was also celebration of having a designated driver at a party where drinking and drugs were on site, and always happy to see that bit of encouragement. And I got to tip my hat to James, the protagonist's beau. He was so concerned with that character's well-being that he even asked for permission for their first kiss. And that level of attention to consent, I think, and that kind of encouragement for consent is something that I think teens really benefit from. So I know there was a lot of really weird and sometimes violent imagery in the book, but there were some really positive notes in there as well that I think were worth mentioning, and that I'm happy to think that kids might encounter if they're reading a book like that one.
I don't have much to say about this book. Honestly, I didn't read it. I didn't have time. I have 2 kids, and with the holidays and everything, I read all of the information in the packet regarding it, and I did quite a bit of Googling and read some reviews and whatnot. So I have an idea of the things that happened in the book. I definitely experienced some of the language and the descriptions of some of the sexier parts. And just like anybody that picked up 50 Shades of Grey and realized this book was not for them, you know, you could put that down as an adult. A teenager could put this one down. Do I think it's classy? No. Appropriate? Probably not. But I mean, if this is what kids are into, and like the teacher said, you know, apparently they are, then I really don't know if I have an opinion on this book, since I didn't read it. But you know, why ring the bell? Because you can't unring it. So I'll just stay out of this.
Do you have anything, Nina?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I mentioned before, but we have new people. I am systematically working my way through the teen room. I read 216 books last year, so a lot of those were teens. You can only do so much nonfiction before you have to read about dragons. And then I have never heard of this book until we had the request. So I appreciate bringing new books that I didn't find by going shelf by shelf through the teen section. And I had a completely different takeaway. We ended up reading this over Christmas break with my family who were in town and my husband, and it was a whole family book report of a lot of interesting conversations that happened. My husband read all the reviews, and then I would read aloud from the book, and my parents would weigh in on it. And that was an interesting experience. But some of the positive things that I took away from the book, because obviously I'm not the intended audience, this was written during the Me Too movement, and the intergenerational friendships that came from the book, where the teenage girls who needed mentors and found lovely grandmothers to have tea with, was the most heartwarming part of this horribly written second person narrative story that I enjoyed, that I saw a lot of merits, and that there were open conversations with adults. And I think we've talked at this table many times about having these conversations with our kids, and you have to be able to have those conversations, and having a book that showcases how to do that was the most important thing that I got from this, was that they talk to adults, and once they talk to the adults, more information about your family history. Maybe you were a werewolf generationally, but also the different types of abuse in family, and that was hidden in shameful secrets. And because of that shaming and not talking about things led to next generation being in abusive relationships, having violence against them. And if there was more conversations within the family, how can we protect our kids? And that's what I got away from this book, was that by talking about things, we can protect them. So, yeah. But I also think it was written really poorly too, also. But it's opinion.
In spite of being an avid reader, I had not read a young adult novel in many decades. I doubt I read even one fantasy book a year. I read Red Book twice, once before reading the request for reconsideration, and then again after. I loved this book, this young adult fantasy. After reading the book, I asked myself, how dare someone write a book that mentions menstruation? How dare they give the message that girls can defend themselves and other girls? What gives them the ability to suggest that boys don't rule? Girls don't rule either, but they do have the ability and right to determine who can touch their bodies and when. The answer to these questions is simple. It's about time, in fact, long overdue, when young women can say, yes, this is my body, not yours. I graduated from high school in 1961. I was one of the lucky ones. I didn't get pregnant. It was all around me back in the 50s. We didn't invent sex in the last 20 years. There were no books like this. There were no conversations in houses about how you date and how you decide what you're going to do on that date. We just winged it. They sent us out in the world and probably kept their eyes shut. If I had a teenage daughter, I would strongly suggest that she read this book. If I had a teenage son, I'd really suggest that he read this book. I'd want him to grow up understanding that forcing himself, whether for sex or domination, is wrong. And thank you for what you said, Jack. Boys need that model of this is how you treat a young lady on a date. Let's remember, folks, that this book is fantasy. She thought she was killing wolves, right? Yeah. If you find it too violent, I suggest you instruct your teenagers not to go into the children's library where they might be exposed to true violence. The original Little Red Riding Hood, Grimm's Fairy Tales, and worst of all, Hansel and Gretel. I did not want to wind up in that oven. I was scared to death. This book belongs exactly where it currently is. So Deborah, are you ready?
I'm sad. I'm not really sure exactly how to say that. And to be honest, I've been sitting here wondering, does it even need to be said? But I've got to say this. I'm really sad. I'm sad that I hear people defending something and threatening, saying, well, it would have gone away if you hadn't done anything about it. Just go ahead, do the policy, but don't waste our time. There's really not anything more that I can say except I'm sad.
Deborah, I think that's really unfortunate. I mean, we heard from the public here, and the only dissenting voices, and I don't mean any disrespect to you, but I struggle to understand what your end game is here, and I really want to understand that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
don't mean to.
No, I need to know what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say, because I have somebody confronting me. Is this something that I'm allowed to talk to?
Are we allowed to?
So tell me that right now.
I guess this might be a better, I don't understand our process and policy as a board.
Mm-hmm.
I want to understand the purpose of the challenge, and then the way I perceive this is because we don't match the opinion. We're being asked to be open-minded, and I am doing my darndest. I have spent the past month in a deep dive. And I promise you that I've spent hours upon hours reading these texts, reading this material, looking up the Miller test, looking up what's explicit, looking up what's erotica, looking up content after content, spending time in our library. And and I see the opinions of our community here. And what I'm hearing from, and I don't want to beat around like that. I want to talk to my colleague here on the board, but that might not be
Okay, our
appropriate.
guideline is we speak to issues, not to people.
Oh, I appreciate that. I want to understand what we can do to service the people of this community, including the challenge here, and make it not feel like an absolute defeat, or that the challenge is being publicly beaten out. Like I'm sad that you're sad. Like that this is, because this is a democratic process, and it's, I guess I get sad when I'm not. Like I want to find a right and a right. Like that's my hope, right? It's my hope that we come to a conclusion where this is, that there's some understanding of what we are doing is in the best interest of the community, and we can all kind of leave here understanding that we've done our best. And I want to understand. I want to understand why Deborah feels sad, and hopefully try to address that. And
Okay,
and,
but
yes,
we need to move toward making a decision.
understood. And I'm not speaking very eloquently. And I just want to do better for all of us in our community, and hope that we can achieve that through this board.
Okay. Did you have a comment?
I have several comments. I am livid. This board has multiple times shut down any conversation whatsoever. And I have had multiple people tonight speak directly to me. Would you have done that if there were somebody else doing the challenge? Guess what? I'm not sad because of what's happening. I'm not sad because of how I'm being treated. This board, what we do at this table on this dais, this isn't it. You give people chances to talk multiple times. You let people talk specifically to me. Guess what? Doesn't make me feel sad, doesn't make me feel bad. But the next person who gets addressed that way, watch out. Because they might not be so forgiving. I have a lot of comments, but out of respect for this board and respect for what we're doing, I'm not going to make them.
Are we ready for the vote? Does anyone have anything else? Okay, could you read the motion, please?
Yes. The motion is to recommend to the librarian to move Red Hood to the adult collection.
Okay. So a yes vote will be to recommend to move. A no vote is to leave the book where it is. All in favor of the motion? Opposed?
Can I abstain since I didn't read
Certainly.
the book? Thank you.
Okay, motion fails. Now the next issue is the city social media policy, and interest in that was expressed at the last meeting, and we did get material from the city. Does any board member have questions about the policy?
I don't have questions, but I do have what I don't believe should be on the library's Facebook page. Can we give one of those to the library? You can pass those around. correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the 4 things that are in red block should be on the library's Facebook page.
I've got a question, June, if I can ask.
Yes.
Okay. Are these comments?
Their comments,
Okay.
yes. And I would have printed out all 79 pages, but figured I wouldn't. They're on the Charlotte's Web banned book thread.
So, okay, so what you've given us is material that was on the Ketchikan Public Library Facebook page, but these were not put on by the library themselves.
They were not.
Okay.
They weren't taken off either. And they weren't moderated.
Just a point of clarification.
Yes.
So to clarify, this is, I'm just a little confused. This is something that was put on our page, and then the comments that when I say our, the Ketchikan Public Library page. Can I
The
get
Ketchikan Public Library put up a thread for Banned Book Week, and there were multiple threads. One of them was E.B. White's Charlotte's Web. On that thread, there were 79 pages as I printed them out or put them on to a PDF. I did not print out all 79 pages. I can send them to you. The 4 that I put red boxes around were among them.
Thank you. So, just, can I speak to that then? Because I reviewed this policy, and with this information in front, I would like to get some more information from, I guess, from the librarian about why it wasn't moderated, or, because it seems like this is against the policy that was put in front of us just now.
Any thoughts?
Let's see, so we follow the city's, this is the city's social media policies, we follow the policy. And, as a government entity, my understanding is that we have to be very careful about what we, delete, as far as, comments. And, we were, especially with the banned book, posts, we were getting lots and lots of, comments and pushback on that. I know that the city, and I'm not sure if it's KPU Telecom, has a filter, but I'm not sure the filter digs down into the comments.
It does, but it probably wouldn't pick up an image.
Ah,
because
there we
it's
go.
For keywords. So if somebody says
Yeah.
a vulgar word, it automatically filters it. So,
Right.
the ones you have highlighted look like they're picture posts. So I don't know that because it's keyword driven, I don't know that the filter would have, it doesn't look at pictures.
Is it just the filter? Does anyone go through these comments or just the filter?
Every department manages their own social media page.
So then could I ask to the staff? Is that all right? Does anyone go through these threads?
We do not. We go through, at times, but we have to be very, very careful about what we delete. And we err on the side of not deleting.
Any comments?
I'm not a super technical person, but as far as the filter goes, is there an option, and this might have to be directed to the IT department, is there an option to just simply turn off photo comments or images or GIFs or however, people may choose to comment since those aren't able to be filtered?
Don't know, that's a good question.
Because I think that would solve this problem. If people aren't actively monitoring
And
79 pages of commentary that can happen 24 hours a day.
And I can tell you now, after seeing that these were posted in Charlotte's Web, I will, in my staff meeting tomorrow, address that if they're gonna have a page, they better be monitoring the comments for anything that may be offensive. Anything that would fall under that filter in words, we should be looking at as pictures also. So that, I just made a note to myself that I'll be discussing this in our staff meeting tomorrow, because we don't have a TIO office to monitor everything. Every department is responsible for their posts. And so I will definitely address that with staff tomorrow.
I have a question through the chair, if I may, for either the library director or the city manager with respect to the caution that you exercise when you refrain from deleting posts. Is there, I'm looking through these guidelines, that policy, to see if it's guidance specific to that, or if it's just because of conversations you've had with the city attorney, or if does it pertain to freedom of speech? What guides you in that caution?
I think freedom of speech would definitely be high on that list. We got burned, was it last year, or when the discussion was happening with the Drag Queen Storytime in 2022, I believe. We, I think, made the mistake of reacting to some of the comments, and that was not taken very well. And I think I made the decision to, we were gonna just back off and depend on the filter. And you're right, I wasn't considering that there would be images that might not be appropriate and might not be caught by the filter.
And to expand on that a little further, I would say that we are very careful to make sure we're not squashing down any public comments or public speech. And you'll even see that on our own Facebook page. We get some major criticism and some backlash on some of the city activities, and we'll get very snide and sarcastic comments, and we still leave those up. So as long as it doesn't violate those filtering rules of Facebook, because Facebook has its own rules too of what you can post and what you can't post. And so we're very careful not to quiet any public free speech. And so we try to err on the side of more liberal allowance rather than being overly policing of that. And many governments don't have a comment section. They'll just have their city Facebook page or whatever social. I'm getting older. I only use Facebook. You can't even comment. So I know when we were on Zoom meetings for our own city council meetings, we had to shut down in meeting comments. There were some of the things that were said. So delicate balance.
I know there's a Ketchikan community website on Facebook, and she often just shuts it down when things get out of control. Is that something we could do?
Again, I'm going to have that discussion with our department heads. It really is, I don't want to limit anybody's speech or even criticism of the city or comments. You know, we really do want to hear from our public, and we're very sincere about being transparent in that end. However, if there is something that is considered, it would have been filtered out for keywords, we should look at that on images also. And our staff needs to be responsible for what is out there and what's being shared with the public. So we'll definitely have that discussion.
And Deborah, to clarify, this is something we did not put up, right? The library did not put up?
No.
Okay. Any thoughts about what we might want to see happen?
Sounds like the manager has it.
So is this something we want to revisit in April? We'd have more information.
I think, yeah, Miss or Mrs.? Mrs. Walsh, sorry, had the, whichever, the IT department or whoever can look into that filter with the images, and see if that's an option, or what they can do. And if that's not an option, then advise the appropriate staff to keep an eye on their stuff. I don't know if we need to take any more action after that, right?
It would be nice to get an update.
An update, yeah.
We'll put it on the agenda in April.
I will say just for the record, if somebody sees something out there, please don't just send me their stuff on your Facebook page you need to take care of. Just send me the actual link and tell me what I'm looking for. Because there's so much I have to go through and I really don't want to be fishing around reading every single comment that's made on the library or on a post. So if you see something specific, please don't hesitate to send it to me and I'll take care of it at that moment.
Anything further on that? Discussion of beginning board meetings with a land acknowledgement. I'm not sure what the intent is here. Does anyone have a problem with including the land acknowledgement? You're not a board member.
I have a problem with it. You ask.
Okay, duly noted.
I think that it's a struggle because I think if you do have a problem with it, it's kind of one of those things that's stigmatized. That you're like, oh, well, what's your problem? So I understand the importance of acknowledging our history and our culture, but I don't quite understand why we have to do it at the start of every meeting.
Okay, this is the second meeting we've had here in council chambers. And I've been watching council meetings on YouTube and to see how they do it. And when we met at the library, we did not have the Pledge of Allegiance. We didn't have any land acknowledgement. And then I saw how it was done at city council meetings.
Is that out of respect for the space? Or is that out of respect for city process?
City process. In fact, it's the fact that we are all on this island. And I thought, well, the city acknowledges this. Here we are in their chambers. Let's do it that way also.
And June, can I speak to this?
Sure.
The original request for the agenda item indicated that we had never voted to do a land acknowledgement. And it might be appropriate for the board to vote on whether or not to do a land acknowledgement.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
I just have a comment. Do you know? I went back. So do you know when and how it got put into city council and school board meetings?
No, that predates my experience. Ms. Walsh, do you have that information?
I do not know. I can check with the city clerk, but my understanding it's part of our rules of procedure in the city council meetings. It's not in the code, the city code, but I know it's part of the rules and procedures, but I couldn't tell you when that was adopted.
It was moved by members of both boards and it was vetted and it was discussed. And it was never discussed with this board.
Right. Is there a motion?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear. What motion are you looking for?
Well, it sounds like as if you would like us to vote,
To
either to have it or to not have it.
Sorry, I guess maybe my question is this something that the chairman does without asking the board, or is this something that the chairman asked the board for? Maybe that's a procedural question.
I'll have to go back and look at, but under the code, my understanding is the chair sets the agenda. So this is on the agenda. It's an item actually on.
No, I mean, having the land acknowledgement. Is that something that the chair does without consulting the board?
Again, if she added it to the agenda, then it would be part of the agenda.
So then what are we voting for? I guess.
And I apologize, I don't understand the genesis of the item, so I may not be answering the question.
The genesis is that this was added without the board's input, and both the school board and the city council did it with input. As a matter of fact, it was moved by a member of the board and the council, and then vetted and created specifically. Beyond that whole idea, why would we have some land acknowledgement that's different than the city council when we're here because of the city council? That would be the next thing, but that wouldn't matter if the chairman determines whether it's there or not. So if that's what you're saying, then I'm not sure that we need to vote.
So if there's an issue with the land acknowledgement, so the chairman has added it to the agenda, is that?
That's right.
Okay, so the chairman's added it to the agenda. If as the board you protest having it on there, or if you'd like to see it changed, then it's absolutely an action that as a board you could state. So if you would like to make a motion for it to match what the city council does, you can do so. If you'd like to make a motion to remove it from any agendas, you can do so. If you'd like to affirm that decision, you can do so. So it depends on what you want to see happening.
I'd like to point out, I also added the Pledge of Allegiance.
And just as the mayor could come and tell me, I want to have this on the agenda, we can do so. And if the council didn't agree with them, they would deliberate at their meeting, just as we're doing now.
I would be very happy to have a vote and then follow whatever the majority would like.
I move to keep the Pledge of Allegiance land acknowledgement on there how it is at the rest of the meetings.
Second.
Without discussion.
Sorry.
Second. Yeah, we have a few seconds.
Okay.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, those who would like to leave the Pledge of Allegiance and the land acknowledgement on the agenda, please raise your hands. Opposed?
I'm going to abstain because I had a question before we started, so I will abstain.
Okay, discussion of staff memo regarding the location of the teen nonfiction collection and the proportion of fiction to nonfiction books in the teen room. And item 12D.
See if I could.
Yes.
Just summarize the memo. This was in response to a question or a suggestion that this be put on the agenda. One was the discussion of the location of the nonfiction shelves in the teen section of the library. And so we were answering that question. The teen nonfiction shelves were originally in the teen room, but we ran out of space. And so we decided, because we had space elsewhere, to move the adult graphic novels to a different location. Those are on the low shelves on either side of the teen room, outside the teen room. And to place the teen nonfiction collection on those low shelves. So they are just outside of the teen room, but they are not in the teen room itself. So.
Yes. Are we
want to do these separately or together?
Is this open discussion right now?
Well, there's no motion on the floor.
Okay.
Do you want to make a motion?
I just wanted, can I just make a motion to discuss this? I wanted some clarification on this. There was a lot of my concerns with the way the teen room is set up that I found to be more concerning than the individual books themselves in the teen room. So I wanted to have this discussion tonight to get some clarification as to why things.
So just making a motion to make recommendations to staff regarding this teen room setup.
What? Sorry.
Just a motion to make recommendations to staff regarding the teen room setup.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to recommend staff to set up the teen room cooler. Um,
And then
I-
a second.
oh, yeah,
Second.
thank you. Prepare to rant. I thank you, Ms. Tully, for responding with, I understand that you guys run out of space. I went in the teen room, when I originally went to the library to check out the Flamer novel, it was gone. So I was like, well, I'm gonna find some other books and see what I can do here. And I was there honestly for a half an hour trying to find some books that I had already researched online. Come to find out they were in the nonfiction section outside the library. I do have a big concern with that because the shelves they're literally this high. And where they are at outside the room is in the main thoroughfare of the public library where people are walking back and forth. There's hard, cold tile on the floor. And to get down on your knees to find a book on any type of, nonfiction, whether it be, gender questions, suicide prevention. I mean, I've checked out several. There's different books about sex and health and teen pregnancy and all of these things that you find in the young adult nonfiction section. They're literally on the floor, poorly marked. There's no, in the adult section, you have the Dewey Decimal System on the end of every shelf. These books are just, the shelves are nearly empty. And they're all just kind of clumped together in little spots. There's lots of empty space. There's no signage. There's printer paper with like size 28 font that says YA nonfiction. After you finally find them, it's hard to, to see them. And so, one of my issues with that is with those being the nonfiction books that might provide some edge. I know you guys aren't in the business of curriculum support. And so when I say education, I don't mean stuff that kids are learning in school, but things that affect their mental health and physical health and all of those things that are in the nonfiction section. You're concerned about moving fiction books to the adult room because, and Ms. Pilgrim mentioned this, teens might not have the confidence to venture outside of that teen room to go into the adult section and find that book that could save their life. Well, if they don't have the confidence to leave the teen room, they also don't have the confidence to get down on their knees on the cold, hard floor and find a book about teen pregnancy or mental health or, these things that can also help to save their lives. So I would like, I have a lot more to say because there's two parts here. But I would just like to see that the nonfiction be a little more accessible to teens. Oh gosh. Yeah, the concern for children seeking out sensitive subjects there just seems overlooked. Where was I at? The collection development policy in our selection responsibility says that approximately half of for the children's and young adult teen fiction and nonfiction collections, approximately half are supposed to be fiction, half nonfiction titles are selected for children and young adults. When you go through the catalog, that's not the case at our library. We're looking at right now about 75% fiction and 25% nonfiction in the juvenile and young adult sections. And that was one of the main reasons I didn't have time to read Red Hood, was because I didn't find any easier way but to count when you type in something. And there's 584 books listed in that section, and then go and count how many are adults, or how many anyways are in what section, fiction or nonfiction.
Okay, Sherry, the motion has to do with the shelves outside.
Oh, got it. Well, and also I guess I'll have to make two motions for the proportion.
Okay, so
okay.
pertaining to the motion about the location of the shelves, does anyone have a comment?
I agree.
See,
I walked around the teen room doing the same thing. It's like, where's the sexual health? Where's the religion? Where's the other stuff?
Yeah.
And so I did the same, and then I talked to the librarians, and they're like, it's right here, and I said no. So I think your point is very valid.
So I remember that was the graphic novel section, and it was absolutely terrible to lay on your stomach and try to go book by book to find which graphic novel to read. I think it was brought up in the previous meeting that there was maybe some rearranging of the furniture, getting additional bookshelves inside the team room. Is that what we're asking or recommending, is that we would like to make more available space inside the team room? Because when they added playaways and the additional audiobooks, it ate up a lot of shelf space, because the nonfiction used to be in the teen room 2 years ago, 2 years ago.
Yeah, probably 2.
COVID, before COVID, it was inside the teen room. But then playaways are thicker and they take up way more shelf space. So it's either moving audiobooks outside to that area. Those shelves, I think, are kind of useless in my personal opinion. Nobody wants to be down on that floor. So getting the library more shelving in the teen room would be our recommendation if we vote on that.
Well, how did you word your motion? Pat, do you have it?
I think actually the original motion was to make recommendations for changes to the teen room. So it was much more broad than just moving.
Do you want to make a friendly amendment?
Make a friendly amendment. We recommend moving the nonfiction inside the teen room.
Yeah.
If that requires additional shelving.
I would just like it to be more accessible and prominent in the teen room section and not outside on the floor on the cold hard tile where kids are.
Do you agree with her
Yeah,
friendly
sorry.
amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
In that direction.
Other comments? I agree with you. And as we heard tonight, the idea that that's their sanctuary. And I think these books in particular need to be in the sanctuary.
Yes.
I think it would be really good to have all of their books in one location. I never got down on the cold hard floor, but I wouldn't want to.
It's hard to get back up, especially in the middle of winter.
Got to use the stool.
Any other comments? No? Deborah? No? Are we ready for the motion? All in favor, and Pat, would you read the amended motion?
Let's see, the amended motion is to make recommendations for changes to the teen room, specifically moving nonfiction into the teen room to make it more accessible.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? It was hard not to vote. Okay. Okay, discussion of proposed organization.
We weren't done. There was the second part of it.
Excuse me, I'm glad you remembered.
Sorry. Well, that was the main part of my rant that I was getting to.
Yeah, you wasted that rant.
Oh, I never waste a rant. There's plenty more where that came from, June. Did you want to say something first about the proportion of fiction to nonfiction, Pat? Or
Sure. So, and I spoke to Kelly Johnson, who is the liaison to the Teen Advisory Group, and to Amy Tupfer, and they both mentioned that they rely on the school libraries to do curriculum support. And so the nonfiction, the teen nonfiction that the public library selects ends up being things that are not as well covered in the school libraries. but that are important certainly to the teen advisory group, and then also that seem to circulate well. There aren't a ton of teen nonfiction titles that are published that are not specifically related to curriculum support. And that's why our percentages have gotten a little wonky with 75% fiction and 25% nonfiction. It's just hard to find good titles, good nonfiction titles for teens that are not supporting a curriculum.
Roger. Do I have to make another motion so I can talk?
Certainly.
Okay. I might need your help on this one, Mrs. Walsh. If I guess we would have to have the board move to ask you to ask them to go through some books, because that would be a if I wanted the children's librarian to look through I guess you could say the adult section and bring more nonfiction books into the teen shelves to help make the percentages closer to half and half as stated in our collection development policy.
I think that would be best just make a recommendation to the librarian.
Okay.
As a project for staff.
Okay. I can do that.
Yep, yes.
Okay.
Again, that's what you're helping her in her job. So, you know, I would just make a recommendation for Pat to work with her staff to balance that. Do exactly what you just said, bringing more nonfiction to the teen section to achieve the balance.
Okay. I will move to recommend the library to bring relevant nonfiction books to the teen section, whether they're teen novels or not, or teen books or not, to help bring the percentages closer to the approximate half and half as stated in the collection development policy, because that is seriously lacking right now.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Okay. Right. So we just said we were going to make the teen room or we've talked about making the teen room for teens. And now if an adult is looking for that book, that they would have to be directed to go to inside the teen room to get that book, or we'd have to purchase doubles.
There's some books that are in the adult section that should be in the teen section, and there's some that there already are doubles, like that's already a thing. But there's, like, for instance, there's a book that was written by Jacob Towery. He's a doctor. I don't know why it's in the adult section. The name of the book, give me 1 second here, is The Antidepressant Book, a practical guide for teens and young adults to overcome depression and stay healthy. And it's in the adult section. Why is it in the adult section? I don't know. It probably got overlooked. But if there's that one in the nonfiction section, I'm sure there's more. So I'm not saying grab 500 books from the adult section and just throw them into the teen section. But my concern is the subject matter of what we have currently, and it might have to be not even from the adult section. We might have to order new books, but in the just the young adult section right now, you're looking at 80% fiction, 20% nonfiction. The National Institute of Health, sorry, I'm going to throw more quotes at you guys, said that suicide is the second leading cause of death for teens and young adults. And the major risk factors for that in order are depression and other mental health disorders, substance abuse, often paired with mental health disorders, prior attempts, family history, family violence, including sexual abuse, firearms in the home, and incarceration. When you look up all of those risk factors and reasons for those issues, the number of titles that we have in the library versus what's available in the juvenile and young adult section it's very slim. There's for suicide, there's 324 books in the library, only 10 of them are based in the juvenile and young adult section. Mental health, you've got 17. Alcohol, there's 2. Drugs, there's 2. Addiction, there's 4. And 0 addiction books classified. When you search that keyword in the young adult nonfiction, there's 0 books on addiction. And that's up there as the number 2 reason for teen suicide. So why are there no books on that in this section? There's a lot of things. There's no books in the young adult section on guns. There's only 2 in the young adult nonfiction section on bullying. I think the nonfiction, while it doesn't circulate as much as the manga titles and the other graphic novels, the books that are there are lacking in what the real issues are facing teens. And we heard that tonight from a number of people that gave testimony about these books. And I think that what we have in the fiction section is it's already there, but we need to do better in the nonfiction section and actually provide educational items to kids for things that they're not receiving in school. And so it's not curriculum support, but books that they might see on the shelf and be like, you know what, I'm not going to read about dragons today. I'm going to read about, antidepressants because I've been feeling kind of sad. Dragons make me happy, but I don't know. I think that the library itself could do better in what it provides in that teen section.
So can I ask you a question through the chair? Do you have recommendations of book lists that you can give to the librarians of titles that you found that fit those criteria? You could make a request to be added because I got a form to request books.
Well, I guess my first one would be the request for a recommendation to move the antidepressant book from the adult section into the teen section. There are more. I didn't write down the title because
we make a motion that would be like, can we have the children's librarian look for these particular books to see if they could be?
There is a motion. Could you read?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Let's see, the motion is to recommend a policy or recommend that the library bring relevant nonfiction books from the adult to the teen section to bring the percentages closer to the percentage in the collection development policy.
Can I amend that to say from the adult section and possibly new books if needed, if there's not?
Right.
Just to add
Need a
new books.
second.
This means whoever seconded
agreed.
it, they're okay with that change.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I mean, because we're not going to go take 7 basket weaving books out of the adult section and be like, there we go, shelves are full. No, I want them to be, relevant to teenagers.
Do you want it to specify like relevant nonfiction for mental health and these specific, like what you just listed, like these specific topics?
Well, I think just relevant to any teen issues would mental health, physical health, all the nonfiction.
That's included with your motion. I'm
Yeah.
sure Pat, after this meeting, is gonna definitely sit for staff and go through those kind of recommendations. And if you have anything specific, please let her know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're happy to take purchase suggestions.
There's
Further
There's
discussion?
Yeah, and you don't have to do that as a motion. You can just give that direction and then separately, if you have recommendations, I encourage you very
Got
much to contact
Well, I just think that if we're gonna make a fuss about the books that are already there, we should probably also make a fuss about the books that aren't there. So that's my solution to all this.
Charlene?
Thank you for the opportunity to respond, Chair. I hear the concern that's being laid out there is a lack of nonfiction books and potentially some resources that would be useful to our teens that definitely or that appear to not be available. I would posture that my concern is the same as my colleague mentioned, that you're now opening up another can of worms because you're taking books out of what has been in the adult section and now you're putting them in the teen section. And how do you determine whether or not the teens want to read them and which ones do you pick? And I'm a firm believer in policy. It just makes everything easier when we just follow the policy. So if the policy says that it's supposed to be 50% nonfiction and 50% fiction, then I would say librarians should make it thus. But I'm not really inclined to start advising them to pull books that they have placed in the library adult section and put them in the teen section.
That's why I added binding books too. Because I realized after I said that that's not realistic.
And I appreciate that comment and I agree. But again, this for me comes all the way back to the policy. And specifically the placement policy as well, which a portion of it we've delayed and it's putting the cart before the horse again. So I just would like to see some firm, clear, objective policies that everybody can get on board with and move that needle forward and go to work and do their job and not have a ton of people telling them how to do that.
Any other discussion?
Maybe there needs to be a change to the policy for the teen room specifically for their percentages of fiction to nonfiction, because the children's room is fairly 50% fiction and nonfiction, and the adult section is 50%, but the teens room has limited room with no real way to expand. So like maybe we just give them a little grace period with not 75% or not 50%.
I'd just like to see it closer. I mean, you know, 60-40 is, you know, because it does say approximately. So, you know, approximately 50-50, 60-40 is great, but right now it's 80-20, which is not, I mean, that's, you know, and especially with the location of the shelves and then seeing, you know, how bare they are. It's like, wow, like there's nothing out here. And I understand that, you know, we don't do curriculum support, but there's a lot of nonfiction subjects that aren't necessarily curriculum. Finding them, you know, for teens is the tricky part, but I mean, like you said, you guys are professionals, so
Yes, so
I believe in you.
Thank you. Can I make a few remarks? Sure. Okay. I think the percentages may not be kind of industry wide. So I would like to be able to bring back to the board, do a little research on that and bring back to the board what I find as far as what's the industry standard. I think I could probably do that and then bring that back to the April meeting.
Does that mean that you would then change this to be not 50-50?
Right. Potentially, depending on what I find in my research.
To comment on that, I also think it's important based on the commentary of the teen advisory group and the teens that are, as much as I agree, we're missing some clear content. The percentages should also match what are the needs of our community and the requests of the community user groups that are using the space the most. Fluffing out that section, I support to match our needs, our community's needs.
Any thoughts, Jeff?
No, I appreciate Kate's comment there with respect to the input from the teen advisory group, with respect to the volumes that are in that particular section. I'm also mindful of the fact that note is made in the memo that they have a really active role in deciding what books are of interest to them. And I agree we should endeavor to be closer to that policy, but I feel like perhaps the policy doesn't really reflect the use of that room right now. So maybe the adjustment is to be made on that end with respect to still finding topics of great import, as you identified, that I want students and children of this community to have access to. I think that's really important, but maybe we need to tweak the percentages a little bit without overcrowding the space or without undercutting the authority that the teens and the advisory group have been able to have access to with selecting materials for that room.
Deborah, did you have anything? Okay, the motion as it stands is to move adult nonfiction books as appropriate into the teen room. Did you want to amend that in any way to talk about changing these, or would that be a second?
I thought
A
this was a
second
second motion. Did I make a motion?
You made a motion, yes.
To,
Pat, can you read the motion?
to recommend them to make the
Yeah, so
nonfiction bigger.
let's say, yes, to recommend that the library bring relevant nonfiction books from the adult fiction and also order new books to bring the percentages of fiction to nonfiction in the teen room closer to the percentages in the collection development policy.
Can we make a friendly amendment to table this until we get more information about the industry standards and then go from there?
What?
I know. I was saying, can we make a friendly amendment instead of like telling them to bring books or to move things, that we could just get more
let her
information?
research it first?
Again, you're just recommending
Yeah.
that Pat
Yeah.
take on that project. And so I'm sure she'll be coming, it's not, you will go do this tomorrow.
Yeah,
It
it's
is just recommending you guys take that extra review of nonfiction items.
I'd like to move to postpone this vote until our April meeting.
Okay, that would be an amendment. Right?
It's just a motion to.
Postpone until a date certain, which would be our next meeting.
Second.
Yes.
Oh, no, I was just voting already. I'm sorry.
Almost done.
I know.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
I need to do another bathroom break.
Okay, it is my understanding that this is kind of a two-tiered motion.
No, it's just a motion to move this agenda item to the next meeting.
Okay, let's vote on the first motion.
No.
Yep, you're
You have
voting
to
to
back it up.
table.
Yeah.
Just voting to table, and if that passes, then you move on.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hands. We're voting to table it until the April meeting. Okay, opposed? Good work. Okay, now, discussion.
Yeah, 1 second, just 1 minute bathroom break, please.
Okay.
So we're 5 minutes to 10 o'clock and it's getting really late and these items that are on the agenda are kind of important, I think. And so I'm wondering if it would be possible to end the meeting for now and then I don't know if there's a second meeting or follow-up meeting already on the calendar as a holding place.
No.
Or if that's something that is an option for the board to do.
To that point, if I may,
Yeah,
I was gonna make a motion to follow the original language of the agenda item and make a motion to schedule a training meeting to take place before the next quarterly meeting to address agenda items now labeled F, G, and H.
okay. Were you in the middle of making a motion?
No, I like his.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that?
Yeah, if we do that, then I have some legal issues we need to talk about, because this board attempted to vote in email, and that is illegal.
And
The Open
actually,
Meetings Act doesn't let us do that. So if we table this, then if you want to interrupt me, then tell me to stop talking. That's fine. Go ahead.
did you make a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, but this is part of discussion.
No, it's not part of discussion. She doesn't want to hear what I have to say, so go ahead.
Okay, let's back up here. Is there a motion on the floor?
Oh, let's see, there were a couple things that floated around. There was a motion to have an organizational training meeting to take place before the quarterly meeting in April. And Sherry seconded the motion.
Okay. Discussion?
And to clarify, the motion did state that you will address items F, G, and H.
Okay.
So those will automatically go onto that agenda.
Right.
With this motion.
All in favor? Raise your
Wait,
hand.
wait, what are we, wait.
Should we
Oh.
not discuss like a time date?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on.
As part of this meeting, is that not part of our discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Pat, could you work with the city as far as securing this room?
Right. I'm sorry, could point of order. So the motion, as I understand it, is to put items F, G, and H items E, F, G, and H to a meeting in the future.
Prior to the regularly scheduled quarterly meeting of April, correct?
Okay, so yeah, it would be great if we could have a date and time to go along with that. Would you?
And we'll need to coordinate that with the city clerk's office because the clerk will be doing the training. And so I will discuss that with the city clerk and find a time. And then pursuant to the issue with the Open Meetings Act, I will then poll via individual emails to each board member, prospective time and date for the meeting, and collect all those and then do it that way. That's what the city attorney recommended to remedy what we did wrong, and we did that wrong in December, so that we're not violating the Open Meetings Act.
Typically, what we do with city council is if they want a special meeting, they'll say, we want a special meeting. The city clerk will give available dates, and then we're allowed to poll the council to find the best fitting date. And so we can do that process now.
Now or outside the meeting?
Oh,
Sorry.
Outside
Now
the
or
meeting, I'm
outside?
sorry. Outside the meeting, because we do have to coordinate with the clerk and the city attorney and since they would be presenting.
So Pat will be letting us know what's available.
Individually.
If this motion passes.
If the motion passes. Yes.
Are we ready for the? Okay, all in favor?
I'm sorry. Can I please get the motion again?
Oh, let's see here.
Properly.
Let me get.
Before I just start voting away.
All right. The motion is to hold an organizational / training meeting to take place before the quarterly meeting in April. That would include the 3 agenda items labeled F, G, and H.
Okay.
And that the library director will be in touch with the city clerk and the city attorney, and then poll individually the board members.
Oh,
This is just to have the meeting.
I have one more comment.
Pardon me?
May I make one more comment?
Yes.
So now hearing that read back that way, I'm a little concerned that we're muddying the waters again. Because it sounds like since we pulled those out of the agenda, that they're not related to the organizational training meeting. They're not, the intent was for them to not be under that agenda item. So I'm all in favor of an organizational training meeting, but I'm concerned that we're not wrapping up the business of this meeting. And so I don't think that those if I'm understanding how the agenda was set, if those items are just put in a in an organizational training meeting, then we're not doing what we're doing here at that meeting regarding those items that are on the agenda.
I think that's a good clarification, and that's how I understood the motion is that, yes, we're gonna have an organizational meeting, but we're also gonna conduct the business of these 3 items. That's how I understood it.
As it was, as the motion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So hopefully we're all on the same page. We'll have an organizational meeting, but you're also gonna address the business of those 3 items.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Board member comments. Nina?
Can I circle back?
Yeah, I'll just make a couple of quick notes. I appreciate everybody's time and attention and points made today and the audience that came forward as well. I have a few notes of follow-up that I would just talk about. If there was, I think the idea of having a work session with 2 or 3 board members to do a working committee regarding the policy placement and collection development policy is prudent. And I don't necessarily want to give direction for that tonight because it sounds like there's some clarification regarding quorum and open meetings that need to be had. So I'd like to see that on the agenda for the April meeting, is to establish a working group for the policy and placement collection development.
I have it on for April.
I'm a little concerned that people were allowed to come back for comment today, because that was outside of the Robert's Rules of Order. And so if we're gonna set that precedent and allow that, then it needs to be allowed for everybody. In conjunction with that, when correspondence is being read, is there also a 3-minute limit on the correspondence?
There hasn't been in the past.
So then are people getting equal treatment? Would be my question. I'd like to see less friendly amendments so that we can be a little more clear about what exactly it is that we're voting on. And I know everyone's just doing the best they can with what we've got, but if we could get that process of making motions and how that order goes a little bit more dialed in, that'd be really great for the efficiency of a meeting. And then what is the policy on abstentions? I know that, for example, with the Borough Assembly, if you're there, you're expected to vote. So is there any kind of policy on abstentions for the advisory board? That would be another clarification I'd look for. And I just really, thank everybody for your time.
Okay.
Thanks, June. I appreciate Charlie's awareness of Robert's rules, and I was made very, very aware of my ignorance to that tonight, in some ways in how we conduct this meeting. And for that, I want to extend my apology. My ignorance does not excuse being out of line in how I addressed a board member. And so I want to apologize for that, and hope that we move through this board with a seek to understand mentality. That's how I try to operate. And yet sometimes I fail. And so for that, I apologize and look forward to continuing this relationship with this board.
Jack?
I want to thank members of the board for the time they've put into the many discussions that we've had this evening. I know there's a lot of time spent outside of these meetings as well with respect to visiting materials or considering policies or posing questions. It's no small undertaking. I'd like to thank the staff, the city manager for being here, who I think has no end of meetings, and the library staff as well for being present, being able to answer our questions. That's all. Thanks, June.
Sherry?
I want to apologize for being unprofessional and ranting all the time, but that's just how I am. I'll try to do better, but by the end of my 3 years, I might have it down. Charlie, welcome. Thank you for bringing a level of professionalness to the board that I lack. I do appreciate everybody here and everybody's opinions. And while I do get fired up at times, I just want everybody to know that I'm doing my best to come up with solutions to the problems that I see everybody presenting, and maybe my ideas aren't always the best, but I'm trying. And I look forward to seeing all of you guys at our special meeting, and then again in April.
Deborah?
There's a lot of things I can say, but I think I will keep it to, I believe that we need to have a very serious discussion on why there is a request for reconsideration process in this library. This table is not the only table where I have heard multiple rude comments, and gotta say, I know people who wouldn't take it well. And the next person may not take it well. It is not a waste of time. It is not a waste of resources to challenge something. That's what this country is built on. Checks and balances. This country has 3 levels of government. Checks and balances. And if you're afraid to be checked and you're afraid to be balanced, I think you need to check yourself. I have some serious legal concerns about the way this board does its business. And that is where I will leave it.
Pat, did you have any comments?
Nope, no, thanks to you all for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Charlie, welcome. It's so good to plump up our board again. So I hope it continues to be a good experience for you. And I was really impressed with people who came and spoke tonight. So I think it helped us make our decision. So that was, I think, a really good part of tonight's presentation. So thank you all. Thank you to Ms. Walsh and to the library staff. The last agenda item is our April agenda. And I do want to say that as we decided last year, we would vote on the chair each April. I'd like you all to think about whether or not you are interested in chairing, or if you're interested in nominating another person on the board to chair. It is work to be the chair. But the other thing is I only vote when there's a tie, so I've given up that right. So anyway, that's something to think about if you'd be interested in chairing this group. So that is on the agenda. Placement policy is on the agenda. Social media is on the agenda when we have more information. Are there any other items for the April meeting?
Yeah, I'd like some serious input on why we have a request for reconsideration policy. I want to know why. And I want to know what the purpose of it is.
Okay, anything else for April? Okay.